running through the house.
And we're unmuted, and we're
Oh, no.
live.
Wow.
It is now
This is probably one of
time.
the quietest unmuted that we've ever had.
And I think I'm actually unmuted this time. Unlike last time, where I started off the first, 10 minutes completely muted.
Oh, the door thing.
The door
cool.
thing,
Yeah!
it's still a thing.
I clicked on the tab just for the door. Oh, perfect.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Saturday's D&D Extraordinaire. I am Jared, and welcome to the Lost Mines of Phandelver. I am, of course, joined by my good friends Sarge. Whoa, look at those hands.
So fast.
So fast. He's like the Flash.
No, stop.
We got Caedo
Yeah.
next over.
Hey.
Looking very
Hey.
mannequin.
Yep.
And
Here I
then
am.
not on the end, but doesn't mean he's the butt of the joke. Is Crazy-Eyed Eddie. And of course, our DM Sean.
Hello, everybody.
And that is pretty much all I've got for intros. So I'm gonna hand it over to Sean.
Hello,
if
everybody.
he's ready.
Welcome back. Yeah, I am ready. You'd be surprised how ready I am. I'm always ready.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
I don't know. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lost Mine of Phandelver. Last we left off, the party had just got done destroying the Krios, the crazed Leonin.
The bad kitty.
And the party, after they kind of tracked him to the old owl well, found that he was in fact very much insane, blaming Asgore for all of his problems that he himself had caused for himself, saying that it was Asgore's fault. After Asgore got kicked out, all of his thefts were then being noticed. He was using all of that stuff to fuel his own magic, which the tribe also found, and then he was then booted from the same tribe that Asgore was in. Long story short, Asgore did notice that one of the weapons that this guy was attempting to use was the sacred weapon of his tribe, the Khopesh of the Sun. It is now, we joined the group after the battle. They're sitting here still at the old owl well, kind of right in the aftermath. They are surrounded by the corpses of their enemies, as well as the demonic ichor of the evil creatures that they demolished. So, we open this up to the party. You are here at the old owl well.
Mm-hmm.
Asgore would like to start by untying one of the high elf heads that was on the belt and switching it with Krios' head.
That's right.
Just to make sure don't lose it, yes.
Yeah.
It's very important, and I think that's the first thing we all need to collectively do.
Hey,
Yes.
Hendrix, you couldn't enchant the heads on Asgore's belt, could you?
Well, that would be sick if I could make it to where kind of like they were like the heads on what is it called in Marvel Universe? The dude with three faces. But I can make it to where like each one of them's like a hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, and they have like magic powers and they shoot laser beams out of their eyes. That'd be sick. Yeah, I'll try.
All right.
I mean, it could be fun, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna need a melon baller and
no.
a pickle and a pair of tongs. That's how we're gonna do this.
All right.
We're just gonna MacGyver a bunch of stuff together.
Well, I still got about half health. Do we get a rest?
Yeah, we
Yes.
probably should rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna need a long rest.
That was
Yeah,
a
you
pretty
guys-
intense fight.
Yeah. I mean, you guys took care of the devil creatures that he had summoned pretty handily. Those guys weren't much of a problem for you. But he himself, I think, caused a little bit of trouble for you in terms of his abilities.
Being a get bag.
So, long rest?
Yes.
Yes.
Check
you
the
guys can-
area's not got anything nasty in it, then long rest.
That's probably a good idea.
Let's go.
If-
Start just walking around.
Yeah.
So you walk into that room there, Asgore, the tower to the Old Owl Well, and you find that there's a lot of ash all over the tower floor. You remember that those zombies that you fought at Thunder Tree were coated in ash. Obviously, they were cleared out of this room, completely eliminated from the area. But you do see some remnants of a battle in there. Other than that, nothing else in that room.
If everything's dead, we can sleep.
I want to cast alarm on the area around where we're going to sleep or whatever, so nothing sneaks up on us. And also, I need to craft something, so I'm gonna pull out my little hammer and anvil, and me and Ray, we're gonna craft some stuff.
All right. Radoth is, because he is a wildfire druid, can definitely help keep things,
Yes.
heated
I'm
for
using
you.
I'm using his knowledge of the elements and also the quality of using it for tooling. Actually, I forgot to add some dice to it. Was it when we? Go ahead.
You're good. You succeeded on the roll.
Okay.
So.
Cool. All right. So yeah, we don't need to add nothing. That's just too much work. But is there anything before I use the Kopesh, the sword of Kopesh, or whatever it was called, Kopesh, right?
Mm-hmm. Kopesh,
can I identify on it and get any lore or anything like that off of it, or learn anything?
I mean, you can identify it. You recognize that it is a very powerful magic item. However, it seems to have been corrupted by the intentions of the previous wielder. So the actual magic is no longer accessible within its current form.
Okay.
Oh. Same with the chains that you found earlier. The magic in the those chains are also unable to be used in their current form.
Okay. But they're still it's just a chain.
Yeah, the chains that you took off of Crunch. Yes.
All right. Fair enough. So what is it that that we made for the audience? I guess I should say that I took the great axe from the ice giant. Was it an ice giant? No, the skeleton.
It was a frost giant skeleton. Yes.
Yeah, and I took the great axe from Matt because it's like a frozen great axe, and I took a bunch of other stuff and took my little baby hammer and I dinked out a weapon for. I'm gonna dink out a weapon for Asgore. That's gonna be the yang to his fire sword thing.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about that now, or we want?
Yeah. In fact,
I'm excited. I'm excited about it.
If you guys look in the probably the very top of the journal page, you should see Axe of Frost, and that has the basic what's it? The basics of what it can do. I also added it to Asgore's character sheet, so you actually have something that you can click on there.
Yes.
But basically, you took the magic out of the Kopesh there, as well as the other items that you've used, as well as the properties of everything else that you've used in the area. Think of this as a frost brand great axe now. It also has the returning property, as well as the thrown property. So you can basically use this to throw, and then summon it back to your hand.
He's got range now. Oh,
so
my
nice.
God.
What is the range on a cat throwing an axe?
30
So
foot.
I already added
the
range to your character sheet. If you open up the properties underneath the axe. When you see the, like where you click, you should see 20-60.
Yes.
So 20-foot range for regular throws, 60-foot range for disadvantaged throws.
Okay.
So not the most like ridiculously far range, but it gives you some extra bit of range there.
Nice.
As well as deals cold damage. So
is that? So it says 2d6 cold damage. Is that on top of like regular great axe damage?
yes,
What's regular great axe damage?
1d12.
Jesus. So it's a 1d12 plus 2d, like a potential another 12.
Magic items, man.
Think of it as similar
way
to
to
the firebrand. Basically, the firebrand properties as greatsword has. It adds 2d6 when it's on fire, 2d6 fire damage, on top of the 2d6 that the greatsword already uses.
It says it can also be used to put out fires within 30 feet.
Yes.
I guess it could just like freeze things, like freeze the ground or something.
Yep.
That's cool.
And illuminates 10-foot radius of light and freezing temperatures. So if he throws that and sticks it in somebody, they're illuminated within 10 feet.
If it's like cold, like
if he
cold.
activates the cold.
Brr.
So do you have to use a bonus action to activate that cold?
No, it's unlike firebrand weapons. Frostbrands always have that cold to them. Like it's always active.
All right. That's pretty cool, man. I'm proud. I'm proud of what I made. Proud of it.
It's all those crits that you rolled for the for that part there.
You mean re-rolled, man? I was so scared. I was just like, oh gosh. I had 5 re-rolls, luckily though. Jesus. Ridiculous, man.
Hey, maybe you got them all out of the way though.
Hopefully. Dude, that's a pretty cool axe. Hopefully you get some use out of it.
Yeah. Asgore just needs to learn how to dual wield now.
Ooh. Dual wielding a two-handed weapons a little bit difficult. Oh, that would explain it. Go ahead and re-roll your great axe real quick.
Do it. You
Just
won't.
I want to make sure that it actually rolls that cold damage now.
Oh, what, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Now it's rolling the cold damage as well.
13 slashing with 7 cold damage.
Jeez.
Like that's 20 damage, bro.
And that's not even crit.
You didn't even crit.
Not a
dude.
good roll.
That was just a dirty.
Terrible.
That was a dirty 20, and you got 20 damage.
Weak axe. Throws it in the trash.
Oh no.
Didn't work the
Dude,
first time.
I took your ring,
Oh,
your
no.
platinum ring, just so people know. I took a platinum ring and I encrusted this thing, kind of like the God of War axe. It's got like little inlays and stuff with like ruby insets and stuff. Oh, it's a styling axe, bro. It looks so sick. You don't want to throw this thing away. I mean, you want to throw it, but you can make it come back.
Yeah,
You
you
throw it away, it just comes back.
Yeah, you just throw it and you're like, no, come back. Oh. Shiny, bring it back.
Nice.
All right, and your owl bear is gonna sleep. I would imagine over here. There we go. You got your where are you guys sleeping in this area? There's like a tarp over the top of the tower in the tower that you're in right now, so that it kind of gives you protection from the elements.
Well, we got this tent down here too that was here. I mean.
Yep.
Oh, I don't trust tents.
If anybody bothers going into the tent, you actually find a dead wizard in there.
Oh.
Ooh, I don't trust wizards either.
And
He got anything on him?
looking. No, he doesn't. It looks like all of his stuff has been long gone. But looking at him, you can tell that he was a necromancer.
Oh.
So
Burn his body.
Maybe he was
chop his head off.
responsible for the ash zombie things. Ash skeletons or whatever.
Yep. You do find a journal that states that he's looking for like a spell book of some sort.
I want to read the journal. I'm reading the journal. Read it.
Really, it just kind of obsesses over him looking for a certain spell book that Agatha might know the location of, all that kind of like.
Agatha.
It's kind of detailing his journey and how he found out that Agatha knows that, all of that.
Old girl Agatha. We're gonna have to talk to her, by the way.
Yep.
Yep,
So,
something tells me she's gonna be surly.
Yep. So, yeah, it mentions that she will answer one question truthfully to a party of people, as long as they can talk her into it.
Oh.
So,
does it mention anything about like her desires? Like, does she like shiny things like Asgore? Does she value greed? Like, is she like? Does she like? Is the way to her heart through her stomach? That could be a thing. Or is she lonely? Do we need to get old Ray Ray to like, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Mentions that she is a banshee.
Oh.
So she's an undead creature.
Okay, all right.
So kind of the things that she wants are not the same things that the mortal realm might want.
Like souls.
However,
she still couldn't turn down a crisp high five.
It does mention that the way to speak to her is to be very respectful and polite.
Okay.
For Jared there, just in case you didn't hear that, because I saw you took your headphones off.
I was taking my hat off. My head was getting too warm.
I know that feeling. The journal details that she values respect and politeness very much when people are talking to her.
Well, that's definitely our group.
Yep.
Really wish I had to burp right now. There we go. I burped.
Yeah. So, other than that, that's really all the journal details. So.
Okay.
With that read, are we now sleeping in the tower?
I imagine this was kind of happening during the long rest. So
I
was reading it to you like a bedtime story.
Oh.
How nice.
Yeah, the lunatic mind bedtime story. This guy's searching for, anything. Let's see. Yeah, so you guys take your long rest, so heal up, get all of your stuff taken care of, add all of your traits back to yourselves.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! What in the world?
What the world? Tell me we're not about to roll for initiative.
No, I opened up the thing for a banshee, and the first thing I see is this giant face because of its token. It was just I was like, what? Anyway.
Interesting.
I want to share this with you guys. Why can't I share this? Well, regardless, I'll figure that out later. So what do you guys want to do from here? You've taken your long rest. You're all healed back up. You've removed. I'm assuming you've removed Krios's body. Obviously taken his head off of it.
Of course, goes without saying.
And then one thing you guys also might want to do is when you guys are looking at that big old tiger-looking thing, the displacer beast. Go ahead and make a either survival or nature check on that.
Sick.
Can I do an Arcana check on it?
Yeah, Arcana works as well. Yes,
13. Wow.
23. Oh, I rolled it with initiative. So 21. 21, sorry.
12.
Here.
Hey.
That looks like a hentai monster. That's what I want to say when I look at it.
Everyone else, what's a hentai monster?
You don't want to know.
Oh no.
Unless you want to know, not gonna judge nobody.
Probably not. Okay. So Hendrix, you would know that the hide, the fur of this creature, can be used to produce similar effects of what it can do for itself. If you remember, in the last time, it was avoiding hits, with an illusory double of itself.
Okay.
So using a displacer beast hide, in fact, you do find in the Krios's stuff, you find a cloak that has a similar effect.
Ooh.
It looks like kind of illusory issues with it from a displacer beast. Oh, hi. Okay. So you do find a cloak of displacement in Krios's stuff. Am I freezing again? All right. Hold on a second.
It's kind of off and on.
Your voice is coming through all right.
Yeah, your voice is coming through.
Yeah, your voice is good. I think your video is just pausing for effect. I think that's all that
it's
is.
pausing for dramatic effect.
Yeah, it's just like, like, it's,
yeah. Now it's the...
It's like reading a comic book. That's all it is. That's what I would equate it to.
Yeah, I'm just looking up, trying to see. Now I can't see any of your cameras at all. That's great.
Oh, I'm back. Am I rolling a survival check?
No, this was just for if anybody wanted
anyway.
to see if they knew anything about the displacer beast that you guys fought. Hendrix basically discovered that you can use its hide to make a second cloak because you guys found a cloak of displacement in Krios's stuff. Apparently he was not using it earlier. I don't think he was expecting you guys to get there as soon as you did.
Idiot.
Honestly, I think Cargo needs to take that. I would say we give that to Cargo. Either Cargo or Asgore, since they're so close. They're always up in the stuff, man. Like they just up in it.
Yeah, I'm never up close.
Well, no, you are, but you have
Hendrix,
range.
always out to get me. I swear to God.
You got ranged options. You got a thing that can heal you. I mean,
Asgore would suggest Cargo has it because Cargo keeps nearly dying.
I mean, I'm down with that. I just like to give Hendrix crap any chance I can.
There you go. You can see what the cloak of displacement does. I put it in the chat for you. Oh, did I disappear on you?
I'll just reconnect.
You want me to read it for the stream?
Yeah,
I need to do it dramatically.
Yeah. While you wear this cloak, it projects an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location, causing any creature to have a disadvantage on attack rolls against you. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn. This property is suppressed while you are incapacitated, restrained, or otherwise unable to move. Yeah, I think that actually might be pretty good for Cargo. It's not too overpowered because he's already invisible half the time. Not only is he invisible, he can't be hit now. Dude, he really is a ninja. He's a ninja, dude.
So there you go. You now have you have the stuff to make another one of these cloaks, as well as the actual one of the actual cloaks themselves. So, I would say that for something like that, you would probably want to bring it into a shop or somebody that knows how to make these types of cloaks, just because they're a little bit more difficult.
Difficult.
Yeah.
There we go.
A little bit more delicate as well is probably a good way to put it.
I've got the perfect idea for it. I already know what I'm going to use it for.
So you do have the hide of a displacer beast. Other than that, also Hendrix, something that the loot that you found on Krios, where it was his boots.
Yes, I'm gonna put them on. The boots of make me walk farther. Yeah, make me go farther. That's go faster.
Wish you weren't a dwarf.
They're my go fasters, man.
So the boots of speed, I will also put into the chat for everybody.
Do you have a pop-out dealio that I can throw up on the screen for people to look at, or no?
Actually, if you go into the compendium and look up boots of speed, you should be able to have it pop up that way if you want to do it.
Spelling things wrong.
While you wear these boots, you can use a bonus action and click the boots heels together. Oh, dude, so it takes me home. If you do, the boots double your walking speed, and any creature that makes an opportunity attack against you has disadvantage on the attack roll. If you click your heels together again, you end the effect. When the boot's property has been used for a total of 10 minutes, the magic ceases to function until you finish a long rest.
So basically, your speed will double for 10 minutes.
I can't imagine Hendrix wearing these, mostly because there's 2 boots.
Oh.
I was gonna ask that too.
What are you gonna do with the other boot, though?
Do you put it over your cannon leg?
Shoot it up your ass. That's what I'm gonna do. Woo!
Woo!
So that means I've got 50 movement now. I can actually move like you guys do on a normal basis, but I have to use the bonus action.
Hey, you can move more than I can.
Yeah.
I've only got 45 total.
Yeah, 10 minutes. So basically, like an hour and a half real world time.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're doing, yes.
Yeah.
Also, I think the cameras are being blocked by the boots of speed on the stream there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Boots of speed.
Oh well.
I actually looked over and all I see is on somebody's camera. It just says boots of speed.
Yeah, you're
on
right.
someone's camera.
You're 100% right. Let me just.
There it is.
There we go. Hey, professional streamer.
Hey,
I am always aware of all things at all times. Yeah.
Oh, really? 'Cause I'm aware of nothing, ever.
No, that was me being sarcastic. So.
All right.
Anyways.
So, now I'm going to go ahead and move all of you back to the big area map because you have finished this area, and you guys can choose where you want to go next.
The big map.
We're going to the big map, y'all.
Yeah.
You're going places.
We're going places.
Finally.
Were we just in Coneyberry or no Old Owl Well, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
you were in the Old Owl Well, and there is a pathway through between like this area here to Coneyberry, so it's not like you have to walk all the way around to get there.
Did we go to Coneyberry last time?
No, you guys stopped off at Winford Tor and found a whole bunch of orc bodies, and that's where you followed the trail back to the Old Owl Well.
Rascal suggests we stop off at Coneyberry.
Yep. You guys do know that Coneyberry itself, the rumors say that it's a even more of a ghost town than Leylon was.
Hmm.
There's only a couple of people that live there now. It used to be a semi-prosperous farming village that used Agatha's lair and like Agatha herself as like a tourist destination because people wanted to learn about and hear the banshee in the area. So it was kind of used to bring in some funding for them back then. You'd know that about 100 years after that, a cataclysm happened, and now Coneyberry itself was wiped almost off the map.
Mm.
We're going from Withentorn to Coneyberry, or y'all want to go to Coneyberry?
I might as well stop and see.
Or
it's on the
Old
way.
Owl Well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, okay, alright. I'm okay
I mean,
with that.
it's on the way, so.
Might be someone
so-
there with information. There might be some bounties. Who the heck knows?
Yeah.
Some people to punch in the groin.
there's only a very small number of people. They will be easy to leave stuff lying around for me.
I thought you were gonna say decapitate.
Two things on Asgore's mind: decapitation and shiny things.
Yeah.
One day he's going to decapitate somebody, and they're going to have a shiny thing inside them, and
Oh,
his head will explode. It'll be like a shiny thing pinata.
Or like a shiny eye.
He's just going to
Oh my
assume
God.
that all things have shiny things in them. If that happens,
At
all
that
living
point, yeah,
things
and-
will be screwed.
Yeah. He's going to try and kill us all in our sleep.
It just takes
Like,
that
look at
step
him. Look at
from
him. I bet you there's shiny stuff in him.
it takes the step from chaotic neutral to chaotic evil. I'm getting all the shiny things out of people. With
He
my new
looks like
shiny
he'd have
axe.
yeah. He looks like he'd have shiny stuff in him.
That's when Asgore went on to become the bad guy.
He's the big bad.
He's the next boss. That we gotta
becomes a
fight.
domain of dread. Then you guys are in like the Curse of Strahd campaign. Only Asgore's the big bad evil guy.
No.
Sandra, what are you doing? Get back up there.
Something tells me Sarge would love that so much too.
Yes.
I'm a good villain.
There. All right. So you guys stop off in Coneyberry. Nothing really going on here. The town, like the village itself, the buildings are all decrepit, broken down. You see layers of ash everywhere. It almost looks like, I guess in our terms, it looks like there was a lava flow that had come through here at some point. Obviously, for you guys probably have never seen a lava flow as your characters, but something very hot and full of fire came through and burned everything. Left layers of ash, and then of course, you can see evidence of things trying to beat down doors of like survivors of that cataclysm, assuming that those are probably zombies of some sort. However, the town itself is quiet.
Okay.
Do we see anyone about?
No one that you can see. There, it seems like the last of the people that were here at whatever time have long since left. It is now a ruin more than a ghost town.
Is there anything to loot?
No, the destruction is pretty well full there. There's nothing really to find. You do find some old like posters and like things saying, if you're going up to the lair or getting close to Agatha, use this guy's earplugs so that you don't get your ears blown out by the screams of the banshee, things like that. Basically hinting at, because as all of you would know, some types of undead unleash like an unearthly scream that can pierce through you, hurting you, as well as causing like deafening effects. So there could be some, earplugs lying about, things like that might be useful for going up to Agatha's lair. But nothing in the town itself is worth anything at this point.
I'll grab the earplugs and put them in my bag.
Hey, not a bad idea.
Would Bastion need earplugs? Does he have ears and eardrums and like that sort of biology?
I mean, I would say that you, like Bastion, probably wouldn't need them, simply
Just turn
because
your ears off.
That's right.
You just turned down your
You just
volume.
unplug the aux cable out. You just pull it out and nah, I don't need it.
Doctor, turn off my ears.
But you see like all sorts of it's all pretty old. Some of it very difficult to read, but some of the things that you can make out are just basically like tourist spot type stuff. Come see the banshee in her lair and things like that. Obviously, people weren't being very careful when it came to Agatha herself.
Okay.
Almost
So
like it was a cult town.
Like disrespectful and kind of touristy, but also a cult.
Yes.
Do we know what we want as a question answered from this Agatha as we're making our way there? I mean, I don't think we've discussed anything like that as a group.
Yeah, you guys really haven't.
We might want to prepare, or at least have an idea, because we only get one question. If we convince her, what's that gonna be? Like, what is it that we actually need to know right now?
Ask her out on a date.
That's Hendrix.
Ask her where the perfect pair of underwear is.
I'm be right back again.
Okay.
Before we leave this town, I'd like to look around in the lava flows and stuff, and see if there's
old lava flows.
Yeah, to see if there's any kind of special materials like metals or something like that in there from the lava, from coming out of the mountain, whatever,
Yeah, good. I guess make an investigation check, see if you can find anything.
I will. Let me find my mouse and find where that button's at. We found it. 17. That's what we rolled.
All right. Well, you do find a small cache of like solid black shiny stone. And you've actually seen some of it before. In fact, you guys have a dagger that's shaped like that.
Oh,
You found a bunch of obsidian.
stick, bro. Got some obsidian. Yes. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so it
add
could
that
be
to the list.
yeah. So let's see. So you guys, so Radoth himself, if you guys want to ask him, he might have some suggestions for you guys based on what you guys might want to talk to him about. If you guys have questions for him. Let's see. Will he know anything?
Really?
Actually, I have to roll for that. Yeah, you can ask him.
I guess we could just ask him, like, what does he know about Coneyberry? Like, give us the rundown on it. If there's anything crazy about Coneyberry we need to know about, other than Agatha or anything like that.
So, Radoth tells you that, as you guys have already surmised, it fell prey to a cataclysm. The cataclysm itself was caused by a volcanic eruption pretty far north of Neverwinter, in what is now Gauntlgrim, the dwarven stronghold. Something was awakened there before it was put back under control. It released an explosion of magma, which then the magma itself also had some magical properties. So when people died to it, they became ash zombies. And then that's what kind of plagued the area around Neverwinter for a while, until some heroes went and cleared out the people responsible for controlling these zombies. As for who did it and who the people were, he doesn't know. But he can give you a little bit of history on the area there.
I'm gonna hold up the obsidian. Like, does this have magic in it? The obsidian I just found. Like, does this have magic?
He looks at it.
Don't you always detect magic? Wouldn't you know that?
Well, I'm just testing him. It's a test for Ray to see if he really is the chosen one.
Pulls out his pipe and starts takes a hit off of his pipe. Burning finger takes a hit off his pipe. Looks at the obsidian. No, it's just obsidian, Hendrix.
So I can't make zombies with this.
It's just a rock.
It could be valuable if you ask the right people.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it in a bag.
It's a good thing it's a bag of holding and not just a bag.
Right.
Well, it does have my automaton and my homunculus in it. They keep everything organized and protected inside of my bag.
No.
Right.
But yeah, so he gives you the history on the area. Let's see. Does he know what caused the explosion? Yes. He tells you that what caused the magma explosion was a primordial of fire and earth, who the dwarves of Gauntlgrim now have under their control again.
Is that like the dude from the thing with the guy with the stick, and he's like, "No, you ain't going over there." He's like, is it that thing? Is that what that primordial thing is?
No, primordial. Think of primordials as like titans. They're like the elemental. They basically represent the elements. So this one's basically a primordial of lava, of magma, fire, and earth.
Okay. The Balrog.
So,
that's what its name.
Yeah, it's a force of pure creation / destruction.
It's a thing from that movie where the guy's like, "You ain't coming over here on the bridge," and then he dies.
Movie?
He dies.
What magic is this?
Oh, you'll find out one day when you grow up. Okay, that's cool. A little bit of history.
Yeah.
So the dwarves
So-
have this thing?
Yeah. Through a series of other things that they've done, they've basically learned how to keep it under control. It was a very long, drawn-out process, but they were able to get it to where it's no longer just a force of pure destruction. And now Gauntlgrim itself is known for the best magic equipment this side of the Underdark.
Dwarves,
So-
that's where it's at. Looking at cargo. Hey man, we're dwarves. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, rock and stuff.
Represent. Rock and stall, brother. Rock and stall.
Asgore looks down at both of you. Not in a mean way, he's just a lot taller than the pair.
Cargo looks up at
Bastion.
Asgore.
Bastion
Wondering how the
paints a
weather is up
picture
there.
of that happening.
Wondering how Asgore doesn't have nosebleeds at that altitude. Like, how does he breathe that high up?
Asgore thinks there is nothing in Coneyberry. So,
Doesn't seem
we
like
should
it.
all move on.
Do we
And
need to
figure
go?
out.
Do y'all want to? Yeah. Do y'all want to go to Agatha, or do y'all want to see what's down at Old Owl Well first?
We were.
You guys don't want to
We
collect
were
more
already at
rocks?
Old Owlwell. That was, remember the tower with the well in it?
Yeah. That's the place we just killed all the
It
people.
was where we
I
killed
thought
the.
that was Wyvern. I thought that was Wyvern Torn.
That's the
No.
other place with all the dead people.
That was the place with all the
Wyvern
dead
Tor-
orcs.
Yeah, Wyvern Tor is where the Krios and his devil companions killed off a bunch of orcs, and then traveled over to Old Owl Well to kind of use as a hiding place.
I remember now. I remember.
Yep.
It's in there now. Okay. All right. So yeah, I think
And
we
now-
need to go
and
into Agatha's
so-
lair.
So you guys traveled from here to here, and then through the mountains back up to here.
Okay. See, I thought we was like over here somewhere. I thought we was like there. Maybe here.
No,
No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
no.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
I
messing
mean,
around.
you guys were here at some point at Thunder Tree.
What?
And yeah, we were also right there at some point.
But no, I think we need to like Bastion said, like, what are we gonna ask this lady?
Yeah, like we know where Wave Echo Cave is already, right?
In
'Cause
fact, Radoth, he was one of the ones that said that he could guide you there, or you guys also now have a map
Right.
that Gundren gave you that also shows where Wave Echo Cave is.
As far as I know, all we have really left to do is talk to Agatha or go to Wave Echo Cave, right? We don't have anything else to
Yep.
do. We've accomplished all of our side missions.
Wait, she's a banshee, right? So she's like a apparition or ghost or whatever, right?
Yeah, she's an undead creature.
So what if we ask her, like, what do we need to do to help her move on and like heal the land around us and Coneyberry and stuff like that? If that's even possible. Yeah, like defeat her without defeat her. Huh?
Is
What?
she the problem?
No, she
Sounds like it. She's kind of fussy.
Radoth has already kind of made it clear to you guys that Agatha herself is not the problem that caused Coneyberry to fall. Agatha, in fact, was something that helped them prosper, because again, they were using her as kind of a way to get people to come to the town, buy things, sell things, all of that.
Are banshees by nature in D&D bad or indifferent? Because I know in like actual lore they're not like technically bad, I don't think.
So in this case, I guess if you guys are trying to think about that, you can make a nature check or arcana check if you want to try to figure out anything about banshees.
17.
17.
Look at you go! Look at you go!
4.
Man, half our party's really yeah.
So Hendrix and Bastion, you know that oftentimes banshees are evil. and very chaotic in their way of doing things. However, there are some very few of them that are more neutral. That so far as anyone has found, there are none that are of good type alignment.
Asgore thinks we're loud.
So lawful evil at best.
Neutral to neutral at best, chaotic evil at worst, and lawful evil at kind of like, all right, you're not as bad as you could be.
They just do their own thing. They exist, but they don't really give a crap about anyone else. They're just like, I'm a banshee. Like, I'm pretty banshee. Like, so.
Yep. Oh, you got the picture of the banshee Asgore.
Bad. You know what I mean?
They just are.
So what do we need? What are we asking this banshee then? Like, if she's not the one that like upset the town, it was like the elemental dude for the dwarves got. I mean, is there anything that she could do for us? Would she bring value to us? Can I put her in a jar?
I was gonna say, are you one to take her?
Like, can I ask her, like, what would it take for her to like work for us?
We make a banshee grenade. Is what you're saying.
A banshee grenade.
Gotta shake it up first, then throw it, so she's all pissed off.
And then you just throw it and you just.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Like,
Asgore wonders if we need to ask any questions.
Yeah,
we can just go there, say we are us, and leave.
Hello, goodbye.
Well, like, the thing of it is, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, if there's nothing that she can like do for us, and then we already know the information we need to know.
Oh.
Then what purpose does she serve beyond that? Like, we could just ask her, like, hey, tell us something we don't know. But then she could be like, well, you know, like
you haven't gone north yet.
Damn. Yeah, you haven't gone north.
Can we ask Radoth?
Radoth would suggest that if you don't have anything for her now, she could be a useful asset later.
I'll show her an asset. Something we could ask her is like the weakness of the Dracolich, maybe.
That's a thing, or where it's at, even.
Just a suggestion, or that.
Yeah.
Now we got to remember, we do have a statuette that's going to answer one question apiece from each of us.
Oh,
Hendrix, make an Arcana check about that.
Oh, Arcana!
Since you're going to bring that
17. 17.
Dang.
Jeez, you keep rolling sixes on that. Goodness. So you realize that the statuette can only give you like a yes, no, or maybe kind of answer.
Oh, so it's not a
from what you used when you used identify on it. It's more of a yes, no, maybe type deal.
Oh.
Whereas from what you can understand with Agatha, from the sounds of it, she uses a lot of other types of magics to help her gather answers. So you might be able to ask her a question, and she may, if she can get the answer right away, she will. If she can't, she might have you come back, a little while later to actually, while she does some research.
Yeah, so like Jade was saying, it's the statue's more like a magic 8-ball, except it's accurate.
Yeah.
Try again later. Damn it.
Yeah.
Every time.
Is the statue one use only per all of us?
Per each person, yeah.
Yes.
So, do we have... It's going to sound like a strange question, perhaps. Do we have, like, an ultimate goal? Other than Wave Echo Cave, like, is there... Why? Like, I just don't remember, maybe, because we've been doing so many side quests and stuff that there's no possible way.
Yeah.
Asgore's got a belt full of heads. Asgore's complete.
Well, yeah. Other than Asgore's completed lifelong objective there.
Wait, there's shiny stuff still out in the world that doesn't belong to
I'm sure Wave Echo Cave's got tons of shiny stuff in there, man.
All of it belongs to Asgore. It's just not on his person right now.
Can you remind me, Sean, Wave Echo Cave and, like, the story there
so
real quick? Just a quick rundown.
Wave Echo Cave is what Gundren was setting out to find at the very beginning of the campaign. He hired you guys to bring the equipment and like rations and everything to Phandelver so that he could use that for his time in Wave Echo Cave. Obviously, he got waylaid on the way by somebody who's also searching for Wave Echo Cave. And at this point, you can assume, because they had him and his map for a while, that they have probably found it. So now it's your chance to go to Wave Echo Cave, clear it out, and give it to Gundren so that he can then turn it into a profitable factory of items and equipment again. And then that way, Asgore can also get his diamonds that he wants. Because we also have to include that.
Okay.
All right.
Well.
So basically, and you're also kind of looking at it as the person that did it was a dark elf, obviously of evil alignment that took Wave Echo Cave. So you're also kind of using that as a way to prevent someone evil from having power over something that powerful.
We could ask Agatha who this evil dark elf person is.
Or we could kill the dark elf.
And then ask them who it is. Or who they are.
I said we could always save Agatha for when we actually have like a
You know what?
legit.
Let's just save her. Yeah.
you
let's
know,
just
like.
save her. Yeah.
Because what if we, ask something that's not as super important, and later down the road we come across the conundrum and we're like, oh darn, should have saved that for the the whole story thing.
We're currently on the tribal trail, so I assume it's a very very relatively safe journey all the way back to Phandelver, and then only a short trip to Wave Echo Cave.
Yes.
And at Phandelver we can get drunk before we go out.
Shall we head back to Phandelver then? And save Agatha for when we actually know what we might need, that kind of information?
Just send her a little save the date, like here. Like one day we're going to come back. Be ready.
Yeah.
Don't go nowhere.
Yeah. And doesn't hurt to save that for later, for if you decide to go and take on a Draco Lich at some point.
Yeah.
Or if you need it for something else. So
what happens if someone else tells us the question we were going to ask?
I mean, there's that too.
Ask her where we should go next, and then we go somewhere. Wasted.
I think, considering it's a one-time thing, we ought to be damn sure we know what we want to ask, and it better be like an important thing. Instead of just trying to come up with things like, what about this, or what about this? We need this is what we need to ask her about.
You've got to be specific with the question too.
So
where is this thing? And they go north.
We're never going to use her, just like we would never use an elixir.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we're putting too much, we're putting the Agatha up on a pedestal, okay? We don't need to do that. Just that's
put her
it.
in a jar.
Stuff. Yeah, just put her in a jar. We'll piss her off real good one time and throw her at somebody. That's it.
Except for the fact that you realize that she is an intelligent undead, so she'll just come right back at you after you release her from the jar.
Boomerang.
We'll deal with that when it comes. I'll have a jar ready. I'll just she's coming back. Get her in the jar again.
Back to Phandelver then.
All right.
Aha!
All right. So you guys will have to take one rest, one night camping out while you're on your way there.
Okay.
So I mean, just all right. And obviously, since Bastion is the one who is doing the whole sentry thing all night,
Which
everyone
I've
else
been really successful at.
Super successful.
You can go ahead and make a perception check for that night.
How did I say anything?
While you guys are traveling.
Here we go.
Ha!
Oh,
well, natural 20. Well.
You see
all of time and space. What can be, what will be, and what has already been. I am Alpha and Omega.
Little did we know, Bastion's doing the Doctor Strange through everything, but his body's just there.
Yeah, you somehow got your hands on the time stone, you know. Well, so you you know, as you guys are taking that time to rest, you're going through Bastion. You're watching everything. You see, you know, all sorts of all manner of animals and creatures passing by throughout the night. You actually do see a lot more than most others. You actually see what looks like a pretty big creature flying through the sky to the east, toward the mountains, to the east, like this over here where I'm hanging.
Okay. Can I tell what kind of creature
you guys are
it is?
about here. The only thing you can really make out is that it looks like it's a probably another dragon.
Oh, like an undead one?
No, that's one thing, because it's a crit. You can tell it's not an undead dragon.
He ain't looking thin. He looking plump, like he been eating people.
Yeah, it looks like
Got a
it looks
little
like an
pot belly.
actual.
Exactly.
Looking at it, actually, you do see. It seems like it is kind of glowing in the moonlight. So it actually has more of like a white tint to it. So it's probably a white dragon.
Okay.
Heading toward one of the mountains there.
Okay.
Where you know you would assume it probably has a lair up there.
Sure. There's dragons.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Other than that, the night passes without any creatures attacking you.
Nice.
Was one of the rolls that dragon just dive bombing our camp?
No. Actually, the D20 roll was just to make sure that nothing actually attacks your camp.
You'll get Monster Hunter flashbacks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Like whenever y'all get done, like
Go ahead.
I want to see if Hendrix would like to see if he can. Where is it? So I can make 2 more artifact, like faux artifacts or whatever.
Yeah.
And since I've got the boots of speed, can I put boots the same thing as like boots of elven kind on top of those boots of speed?
See, that's
like,
under
can I
your
make
infusions.
Yeah, so can I infuse the boots of speed with like boots of like can I make it be boots of speed that also have like the boots of elven kind on them?
Basically, so that you can have no trace to your you're completely silent in your steps.
Yeah. Is that allowable?
I'm looking to see if there's anything in here that says that it has to be a non-magical item.
Okay.
Can you
I don't
skip
see
enchantments?
If I can't do it, I have an idea.
Okay.
I'll make a sock that goes inside the boot. I'll have a sock of elven kind and a boot of speed.
I guess I don't see anything that says you can't have like an infusion on the item. So, and it's not like the infusion itself would cancel out the magical effect. So I don't see why not.
So in this rep, I would like to do that if I can, if possible.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. You have like the effect of the boots of speed. The boots of elven kind themselves are non-attunement type items. So yeah, you can stack that effect.
Yeah, I just figured like something Hendrix would do is like while we're sitting there, whatever, like to keep his hands busy, he would like tinker with the new things he's got. So he's got these boots of speed. He's gonna make make boots of elven kind on them. So yeah,
you're just like crocheting while we're walking.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
I was not judging. I was just making an observation.
Beautiful.
I'm making an observation. We're not on horses, as far as I know. Because we've never said
crocheting
that
with my hook. Like I've got like thread like looped into my hook, and I'm just sitting there doing this.
This isn't judgment. This is like jealousy or something. You know, like it's just like you're just over there looming up a storm.
You got your paint. I got my crochet. Let me.
Man.
Do my thing with my hook.
We should collaborate one day.
Dude, we could be like the Bob Ross and
you
what's that
you
girl
guys
that
are
does our craft?
you guys are gonna find out that like Asgore is like a savant of sculpting, so he's like can just make statues.
Oh my gosh.
But only of himself, right?
Yeah, it's only statues of Asgore that is like proportionally like not correct to him, but like to his imagination, you know?
Yeah.
In all of his glory
Yeah.
of his mind.
Oh boy.
Well, so like I said, the night passes without any issues. Hendrix, you're able to make your boots of speed into boots of speed and elvenkind.
Nice.
So just make sure that you can drag and drop from the compendium to your character sheet with the boots of speed and all that.
Okay. Yeah, they're in there. Yeah.
And then for cargo, if you're wearing the cloak of displacement, you find that it does work with your other cloak. It's thin enough that it's not like you're wearing two cloaks. It's more like a cloak and a cloak liner type deal.
Oh, so I can
you can have your you can have your cloak of elvenkind to have your stealth.
Was there buttons installed so I could just button them together like you would the liner of a jacket?
Yeah, I mean basically, Hendrix can probably put something in there for you.
I'm freaking stitching it up, buddy. I got you. I got to thread it on. All right.
Thanks, bro.
There we go.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So
using a little bit of sinew off of all the dragons and stuff we've been killing, and the monsters.
Smells great.
Oh, it does. It just smells like death.
No, that's the ichor that you found from the from the dead.
The demon, the demon devil ichor. That's what it was.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So you guys are continuing on the Tribor Trail. You run into no problems on your way back into Phandelver. So here we are, back in town.
Back in town.
The boys are back in town.
Asgore is going to greet the wolves and ask the owlbear how the owlbear's doing as well, and if the owlbear will want to come along on future journeys or chill out here.
The wolves actually meet you outside of Phandelver. Because like they've been doing, they are they kind of are scouts for the town as well, so they see you coming from probably a few miles away. And yep, they greet you and make your way back to town with you.
Yeah.
The owlbear responds that it is open for either thing. It can either stay here in town to help the wolves protect the town, or it will be more than happy to come on other adventures with you.
Probably use the help.
Asgore will point out to the owlbear that the owlbear is its own owlbear and gets to make its own decisions.
Oh.
And that we'd all be happy to have an owlbear with us, because you're very big and beautiful, but you can also stay here if you want a bit more of a chill time with less danger.
The owlbear kind of turns its head all the way over, then flips over to the other side. Yeah, looking at you. And then tells you that it would like to come along if it is welcome to.
Yeah, of course.
No.
All right.
Oh no.
I want to ask. I'm gonna ask the owlbear, Bjorn. That was his nickname, by the way. I'm gonna ask Bjorn if he'd like some armor, some owlbear armor.
Yeah.
I didn't just have a stripe.
You sure about that? You just kind of sounded like you might have been having one. I mean, the owlbear says that it would be happy with having some more protection if you can whip something up, but that it's also very happy with how it can protect itself now. So either way, if you have have somebody that can make something up, obviously you would need to take measurements and actually make something, and that might take a little while because of how much you have to make for an owlbear. Remember,
It was a bit of a
very
trip
big
anyway,
creature.
so we'd probably be like resting in town too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Sure.
Let's see. You're
side
thinking
note-
that
Go
to
ahead.
make owlbear armor it'd probably take about 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Wow.
Damn. Guess he's not getting any.
Could we leave a standing order in town for that to be worked on?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, if, like Hendrix is able to like draw up schematics and stuff for how it would all
Yeah,
fit
there is
together.
there is like a blacksmith in town. I can get him. I could probably get him to conscript him to make all the parts, and I could just assemble it when I get back.
Yeah.
We get back from a thing.
That works.
That way, it could be worked on while we're not here. Dude, look at you. You're production-minded, Asgore. Yeah, everybody gives you snot for just chopping heads off, but you're smart.
Asgore's super smart. Asgore's the real brains of this operation.
Yep.
No. Asgore
Yeah.
then gives the blacksmith far too much gold.
100%.
Damn it.
Oh, God.
No. Asgore doesn't have the gold, unfortunately. But how much will it cost?
Oof.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
We got a couple
Well.
of platinum. I think we'll be all right.
You guys have more than enough. I'll give you a number later.
Also, he's like, well, he's buddy. I mean, we're like,
Yeah.
I'm
We're
an
getting
artist
mates
sister.
rates.
Yeah, like friggin' yeah, we got bro code rates over here.
Can
okay?
we get
And
like,
Asgore subtly hints that the owlbear will protect them as well.
can we get
Sorry.
like a clause in the contract for this armor, like heaven forbid the owlbear doesn't make it back, can we get a
Oh.
refund? I'm just
Oh.
saying.
the armor failed. He didn't make it back.
Well, he's not gonna have the armor when we leave. That armor's not gonna be ready
Yeah,
for
'cause
2
we're not-
weeks. So we're
Okay,
leaving
yeah,
without
yeah,
the
yeah.
armor, but we're paying for it. So if we leave, owlbear bites it.
No.
We come back and it's like, can we kind of have our money back? You
Well,
know?
we can.
I'm just-
It's pay on pickup. There we go. And we'll just never come back if the owlbear dies.
Well, that's assuming the blacksmith agrees to pay on pickup. You're not his boss. You don't get to
Yeah.
decide that.
Wait. Bjorn's his own. He's sentient, right?
No,
so
no, no.
like,
Yeah.
if we get Bjorn to do it and he dies, then he ain't got to pay. It's like, oh well.
Wait, Bjorn's
that
paying
was
for his own armor?
We're gonna give him the gold. We're gonna give him the stuff. But like that way, like if he dies, we're not liable because like we're just totally different people. You know, like that's like we don't take that debt over just because he died. He's just a bear. Like, but
Oh
he's
my
essentially
God.
a bear.
How about
The blacksmith is laughing at you guys at this point. Laughing
about
with
a-
you guys.
So-
He
Do we
says that
down
he
payment? Could
he
you down
knows. He
payment?
knows it. Yeah, he'll do a down payment, but he also knows that there are people that do train owlbears in Neverwinter that he could probably sell the armor to if something were to happen.
Okay.
So
Oh, this is gonna be some crazy armor. You gonna make a penny off. You hope Bjorn dies. You gonna make money off this armor.
Well, is there a bookie in town? Can we place bets against owlbear not making it back?
make a poll in the
In the
chat, for everybody.
Like, it's
Man,
cool.
don't ask me to do that. I don't know how to do that shit. Come on.
Will Bjorn survive?
Will it make it?
I have absolutely no idea how.
Can
any
you
of that
even do
works,
that on
so.
Twitch? Can you make polls in the
Yeah,
chat?
you can.
Yeah, you can.
There's ways to do it.
Well, I mean, I'm not figuring it out right now, so don't ask.
Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Also, it's kind of exclusionary of people that watch the VOD on YouTube. Which, if you are, click the subscribe button and like and comment. And blah, blah, blah.
Man, what a pro. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, other than commissioning some owlbear armor, is there anything else besides also getting drunk that we need to do in town?
Yeah.
I would like
wanna-
to go. Go ahead.
Can I instead of doing my normal thing where I just go over to bar because I'm gonna end up there anyway, right?
Yeah, we're all gonna wind up at bars.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go actually check in on Sildar. I know he's dumb old human, but you think his wounds are healed enough for him to?
Plot twist:
Come along.
Sildar's dead. No, I'm kidding.
I'm
Sildar's
gonna walk
alive.
with him. I'm going with him. I'm
No
going
one
with him.
cares.
I'm gonna go with him because Gary's down that way.
Oh,
You walk into the town hall area. Sildar's just dead in a chair, and everyone's just passing by like nothing's wrong. Like,
He's
Didn't know he
always
was
like
dead.
that.
There's a bird on his head, just like picking at his eyeballs and stuff. Like
Fly goes into his mouth.
Gundren's sitting there in the corner, like in fetal position, like I didn't see what happened. I didn't see what happened.
We might want to touch bases with him too, actually.
Yeah.
Since
I mean,
we're going to
not
this
a bad
little
idea.
cave.
Yeah, he should be healed up by now. He's.
It's
how
only been
long
like
were
2
we at
days.
Now,
Yeah, it's only
both
been-
him
well, I
and
mean-
Sildar are considered like civilians or like peasants or whatever you said. Like they only have like 5 hit points or something.
I
Like,
thought
neither
Sildar
of
was a
them are very
mercenary.
strong.
Sildar's a fighter.
Okay,
He
Sildar's
does
a
have
fighter.
like-
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit stronger, but yeah, Gundren himself is not a fighter.
That's what I was remembering. Okay.
Gundren just
I knew
plays
one of
us.
them.
Yeah, Sildar helped us in the first fight where we met him, where we
Did
freed
he?
him. He was.
Did he,
yeah,
though?
He tried
Well-
to.
He attempted
He-
to.
Did he?
He snuck around the back door. Yeah, he
Sildar is
snuck
on a
around the back-
lower level than us.
He's
Let's be honest.
Let's
He's
put it
not
this
a
way.
flurry
He's
of bro,
probably about a
okay?
level. He's
Right,
probably about a
he's-
level 1, whereas you guys are level 6.
He hasn't got the
So-
patch yet. Oh.
is he still technically a mercenary? Could we hire him? To
No,
be a meat shield?
he's working for Gundren still at this point.
Okay.
He and Gundren are friends anyway, and he's also, like I said, consider him mechanically level 1, whereas you guys are
Wow, yeah,
a
we
much
don't-
higher level than that.
That's not
So-
cannon fodder. That's just mean.
He could still take a fireball and the rest of us would be fine. Like
It all depends on how he rolls.
A fireball's got like a 20 feet thing. What are you talking about? He doesn't block the flames. We would all just get hit still, and he would just be gone.
No, Gundren, I would make a special thing for Gundren and be like, Gundren, this is a thing that'll make you stronger. Just take this thing, light it on fire, and just walk over there and just count to 10.
It explodes.
Yeah. And you'll be stronger when you get to 10. And you'll be able to take on everybody.
He's just like a little kid, like,
He's like, yeah! They gave me this thing that's gonna make me strong!
I have a feeling as a merchant he knows what a bomb is. A merchant and a dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh my
Probably.
goodness.
You're probably pretty correct in that thinking. All right. So you guys spent the night here. I know you want to talk to Sildar, but you're going to take the night. You can take a couple nights. How long are you going to be in town for before you head out?
I want to go by Gary's and invite Gary to Bart's place for drinks. Like, come hang out with us. We're drinking. She ain't got a
sly
drink.
devil.
She ain't got a drink. She can just show up and hang out with everybody, you know? That's what I want to do.
Asgore would suggest we just spend one night here. Just have
Agreed.
like a bit of fun for a night, then get the job done.
All right.
What is the job?
So-
Are we going around just killing everyone? And that's the impression Asgore's under.
Pretty much. I
So
mean,
if there's
to be
anything
honest.
different going on,
That's usually what it comes
Radoth-
down to.
Radoth tells you that when you guys get to the cave, yes, you will probably be killing a lot of things.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
standard job. Asgore's
Yeah,
standard.
I'm going to tell Gary I might not be coming back from this one.
Oh.
Might be the last time we meet one another.
Well, we know you're staying in Gary's house
Oh, go get me some tea, boys!
for some tea.
Oh my
And-
gosh.
I would like to have a conversation with Bart while we're having our drinks. Can
Okay.
I ask like what made him decide to be a provisions guy?
like shopkeeper and tavern keeper.
I need
type
his
deal?
life story pronto.
Let's see. What can I make up here on the fly?
You can't tell us that, man. You just got to do it, and we think you're brilliant.
No, definitely not.
Nah, you are. You
No.
are.
So, well, he tells you that he is from the town of Phandelver, but that they actually needed a provisioner, basically. And so he found that he had a good head for numbers, was very good at that type of job, knowing what people need even before they realize they need it. And so he kind of took the time to learn more about that. Went to Neverwinter for a while to learn more of the tricks of the trades of merchants, and then came back here and opened up his shop. And after a while, they also realized as the town got bigger that they needed a tavern because that helps keep people happier usually.
Boost that morale.
After a long, yeah, boosts the morale, keeps workers happier typically when they have like a miner, because there was an active mine a few years back, so they needed to keep everybody happy. So here he is now. He's been doing it for however long he's been doing it for. He's lost track of time.
That's cool. So I'm getting the vibe that he's enjoying himself in his situation. That's good.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
I know
he
Droop
likes it
is,
here.
so
Yeah, Droop is just having a blast over there with all of this, like organizing, helping with the ordering of stuff, getting things stacked up, and you actually look in on him, and he's not as scrawny as he was. He's gotten he's filled out a bit, gotten some more muscle. He's actually been like
getting
moving
swole.
stuff, like he's getting stronger.
When it's Droop.
And it doesn't look like it. You know how before he was he looked like he hadn't really been eating
yeah.
as much. Now he actually looks like he's filling out in terms of, he's not just skin and bones.
Asgore will
Like,
challenge Droop to an arm wrestle.
How would that be? Just I guess you guys could make athletics checks. You guys have been drinking now for a little bit, I'm imagining.
We partying up, yeah.
Let's see.
My
All right,
athletics
Asgore.
is literally 0.
9! Wow! That's good. Oh,
What is happening?
Droop might be able to win this.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
find out.
I get
Strength
+5
check.
on that.
Droop. Man.
Oh no.
Droop is just like hanging on to Asgore's arm with his whole body. He's like, "Ah!"
Yeah. Asgore, you took it easy on Droop. Let's
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
At least I'm just glad he didn't shatter Droop's arm. Like that's what I was worried about. And then decapitate him
natural
somehow by
20.
accident.
roll a natural 20 and Droop is thrown through a window.
Oh my gosh.
And loses his head while he's going through the window.
Pushed Droop into early retirement. We broke his back accidentally. Oh god. He's a shopkeeper no more.
Now, after he won the arm wrestling, Droop is just the happiest goblin.
Hey.
Like, running around. And people are buying drinks for him left and right, all that.
No, that ain't how it is.
Nice.
Like when you win, you get to buy drinks for everybody. I'm gonna point at him and tell him.
Okay.
Everyone's
No.
buying drinks for Droop.
I don't think Droop has much money, man.
Yeah. Also, he works here, so.
Yeah, like he gets the stuff for free anyway.
Little do you know, all he gets paid in is drinks and food.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you know what? Compared to what he was living before, we found him, it's probably pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's literally a living.
Yeah.
Keeping him alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's not like he's got to pay internet or anything. It's just literally those are his bills.
Yep.
Now he actually has like a little home now as well. It's near Bart's just because he lives in that area so that he doesn't have to walk very far across the village. He's like almost like a little mascot for the town for Bart's provisions now. So
Nice.
Dude,
Awesome.
Bart's has just got a flag like with Droop on it out front, and just sitting there flapping in the wind, just Droop flag. Oh, that's hilarious.
no. And when you stopped by earlier with Sildar, he's kind of running the town right now because the old town master was useless, so he's trying to basically fix everything that this guy ruined.
Oh man.
So he's not able to go with you. Gundren is still recovering, so he's obviously not able to go with you as well.
I know.
So-
He's recovering.
I mean, you just punched his brains out. That's all he
Because
did.
I killed him.
Like, it only took a miracle to bring him back alive.
However, Gundren comes up to you, Asgore, and hands you a single diamond. And says it's one of the diamonds that he owes you, is what he tells you.
Nice.
So
Asgore just spends the rest of the night staring at it.
like looking through it, letting the light kind of play off and make the rainbow prisms on the wall, all that kind of stuff.
I imagine it takes Asgore a while to figure out the rainbow prisms come from it, but when that happens, it is a game changer. It is diamonds from here on out.
Yeah. Oh, I should mention like context because we have an audience. So I used my super area of effect move in the room that Gundren was in, where he was captured, and it just one-shotted him.
Yeah.
It hit everybody else too, but killed the person.
One-shotted. He had 1 hit point, so
Yeah.
Yeah, he had one hit point. You ran into a room small enough, and you like, let's do 30 damage to everybody. Insta kill.
Yeah.
And Asgore had to sacrifice the 3 diamonds he'd got as like the best loot ever in order to bring the boss back.
Yeah.
So-
Yep.
Good thing we had Radoth with us, huh? And he wasn't,
Yeah,
too
Radoth
hard.
was able to cast Revivify and bring Gundren back to life. So it worked out pretty well. In fact, while you guys were here, you guys started kind of drinking a little early. It's a little bit later in the afternoon. However, still not quite coming into evening time yet. So you guys are at the tavern having a good time, and in walks a blue tiefling into the tavern.
Whoa.
And he's got a lute. And he tells you that he is a traveling bard.
Oh, Asgore is going to drunkenly regale him with all the stories of how great Asgore is, and how there are also 3 other guys with them sometimes.
Do we have an image of this tiefling?
You do. Give me just a second, and I will put that image out there. As soon as it
While
loads.
this image is happening, like, I'm gonna go up to Bastion. I'm gonna like tap him on the shoulder, and be like, "Hey man, look at him. Look at him. He got him. He's talking to him now. That guy's stuck. He don't even know it. He don't even know it." Asgore's basically the guy at the bar you don't want to start talking to because he never shuts up. You got him.
Asgore is a great conversationalist.
I wonder if Asgore is distracting himself from losing to a goblin.
Hey,
Probably. Yeah.
that's on purpose.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Asgore knows he's strong enough. Like, I saw that dice roll. Droop's a -1 strength, Asgore's a +5. Like, yeah, he won the arm wrestle, but I could tear his head off. Asgore's not too insecure about that.
You've had smelly farts that are stronger than Droop, okay? Like...
But it's still pretty wholesome that you let him win, though. Like, there's something about that.
Dude,
Hey, Asgore's not evil. I'd like to remind everyone of this.
No, I don't think
he
you're
may behead
evil.
people and be a thief, but he's
you
not
are
actually evil.
Asgore is also full of himself, so for him to take a step back and be a little humble and
That's
let
a
this
little
little guy
character
think he
development.
won,
Yeah.
it's pretty admirable,
if
actually.
people started thinking that Droop was genuinely more powerful than Asgore, there might be a problem.
Oh, he's probably
Come
telling
on.
this handsome tiefling here how humble he is.
Well,
This was one that I used. He is one that I found just on Google. So I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay.
But there you go. There's a blue tiefling for you.
Nice.
Oh, we're giving Barthen a run for his money when it comes to handsome looks.
Mm.
That jawline, though. Horns or tusks?
Horns.
While Asgore
Everybody in
is,
the chat.
they can see it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
While
yeah,
Asgore is boasting to the Tiefling, is the Tiefling going to say anything in return?
Oh no, he's like basically just
This is his
taking-
literal
almost
face
like
right
a-
now, just like, what the fuck?
Like, yeah,
No, he's-
save me.
he's kind of pulls out this rather large book and just starts kind of writing down not just what Asgore did, but like inferring from what Asgore's saying, what the rest of the party has done as well. But he's learned that he can bring the story of the Flurry of Bros to everybody, and that's kind of what he wants to do as a bard for you guys.
Do it.
I mean, Asgore tried to get him there early to make sure it was Asgore and maybe some other people, but
he guarantees that it is Asgore and the Flurry of Bros. So
could you, Asgore, could you paraphrase like how you're describing each of us and what we've done?
Oh no! Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Well,
I'm curious. I want to hear this.
Asgore. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna actually have to check through the notes quickly to remember what Asgore thinks of everyone. You're all fine. Don't worry. I'm gonna scroll all the way back to the start. One sec.
This is gonna be great.
Okay, Asgore's gonna talk about how he met those three while killing books, and shows off all the heads just in the middle of all the stories, just constantly. Talks about how the wolves outside are his friends, and then we'll say, "Man, on my notes, Asgore really doesn't have much about you three." Okay, Asgore is very complimentary towards Cargo. Asgore is just like, Cargo, stand-up guy. He is standing up right now. That's as tall as he is, but he's stand-up guy. Very good person. Helps people, punches things. Sometimes explosions. That's it. And, Bastion. We killed people that look like him one time, but we didn't kill him because he's good. And then the other dwarf, he makes things. And then Asgore just brings out the axe and just, like, shows it way too close to the tiefling's face. Like, it's just scary close.
He's just like, yeah, you see this thing he made? It's right here!
Yeah. And Asgore points how he, like, killed a dragon single-handedly, and there was a skeleton who he also killed single-handedly.
I'm just imagining as you're talking, like, you've got, like, all these heads on your belt, and you're just like, and yeah, this is where I got this head, and this is, and you're, like, sitting there, like, moving his jaw, like, up and down, and you're like, and he was doing stuff, and then you take that one off, and you this head, this was this thing.
Yep. And I will end the story going, and this guy was part of my tribe, and he's dead now. And then I just put that back and stop talking and just stand there.
Just see what he says.
Yeah.
You can see he is like writing notes in a big ol' like tome of like, all right, this is what Asgore has done, and like just. He is enwrapped by the story. He's like, I think I'm going to try and make a song out of this. And so I'm about to roll for him to see how well his song goes off.
Are you going to sing us a song?
No, he's just going to roll performance. And I will tell you what it is about based on how well he rolls his performance.
Okay.
As soon as this thing loads. Did my camera freeze again? By the way, or is it still kind of...
No,
it flickered out for a second, and it kind of seems like maybe it's a little...
It's cinematic.
I'll reset it.
Yeah, it's cinematic.
Because I'm trying to get this thing to work.
You're good now.
While he's writing in the book, I noticed he's got he's basically writing down people's stories and stuff.
Yeah.
Can I, I'd like to, hey, just, bring it up in conversation, barroom conversation. I want to bring up something about this blood sword. I kind of want to, pull it out of the bag. Hey, yeah, look at this thing. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Look,
bring a cursed item in a crowded tavern. What is wrong with you?
Hey, we're drunk, man. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. There's not a sign on the door that says no cursed items.
I do have to ask, how are you taking it out of the bag?
Very carefully.
Not
touching. Not touching it.
Oh my god.
Fine. If you're gonna try to pull it out of the bag, I need you to roll a sleight of hand to see how well you pull it out of the bag without touching
God,
it.
here we go.
So what's a sleight of hand?
Is the sword gonna take over and you're just gonna murder the bar, aren't you?
Oh no!
I'm gonna turn it to a demon. Do I get advantage on this since I am like it is my bag and all that? Like,
God dang it!
can I? Oh God! And I've already used my inspiration for the day. If I fail, we're screwed. All right, here we go.
Hold on there, Eddie.
You got this.
Never mind.
Oh, 10. Right down the middle.
I'd like to point out that is a 7 plus 3 to make your 10.
So 7 plus 3.
That's, you know what? It's good enough. You're able to get the blade out without touching it. It's not like it's a. I mean, you have talent, right? So you have this sword that you're already used to handling.
Yeah.
So really, you know how to like move a weapon handle without touching it if you need to.
Yeah. So I got it in this thing in my hand.
You
I'm like,
some like
look at
tongs
this.
that you.
Oh. Don't touch it. Whoa! Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
Yeah. So and you tell him not to touch it. He looks at it and he says, "I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Can you give me some background on where you got it, what happened with it?" I might be able to give you some answers, but I need to kind of know where it came from.
I can do that. Let's see. I gotta find it in my notes. This actually used to belong to the hobgoblin known as Bloodsword. She was vying for King Groll's position or something before we killed King Groll, and then we killed King Groll, and then she showed up. We killed her too.
Hey, do you think
Bloodsword?
Do you think her name was Bloodsword before she had the hilt for the Bloodsword?
I doubt it. I want to say that's her claim to fame. That was her. That was her one-hit wonder, maybe, and then that just put her on the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Askel's got her head on the belt.
Yeah, I think you do actually.
So.
I think you
It's
grabbed
one of the hobgoblins, right?
I'm gonna point at Asgore like, so that's the girl right there. That's Bloodsword, by the way. That's what she looked like.
Yep.
You're gonna regale him with the tale of how you guys fought Bloodsword now. No, so he as soon as I can roll for him, I will see what he rolls. But
I know what happened.
Yeah,
we set up a trap and it was a waste of time.
Yeah,
because everybody dodged stuff.
Oh god, I've just seen that roll.
No, that was me rolling for if he knows anything about the Bloodsword.
I'm glad I'm not possessed by a demon sword.
I'm glad you aren't.
Would have been real sad if we had to kill Hendrix in this episode.
Yeah.
Like, there goes the bear armor.
in front of the entirety of Phandelver. and then Gary runs in. She's like, "Oh my god!"
No!
We were gonna get married.
Not the tea. The tea's spilt now. No.
And then she picks up the hilt and becomes a demon or something.
Oh no!
Oh, dude, what
ends.
a twist that would be.
No, so he looks at the Bloodsword, and right now nothing's coming to his memory. However, he said that he can, being a bard, he can take some time over the night to basically
the records.
Look in all of his other notes, his other records, and even do some like magical investigation to see if he knows anything about it.
Yeah. I figured it was worth a shot. They are storytellers. I mean, they know this stuff.
Yeah, no. Also, don't forget, Eddie, that you have that eye patch lets you cast legend lore once per month. I forgot to add that to your character sheet, but you do have that.
Yeah.
Can I do that now?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
And I know this is a friendly bard character, but he's still a stranger. Should we, check and see if there's sense if he's legit?
Yeah. Do we get any feeling that he's lying about who he is, or has ulterior motives or anything?
Make insight checks.
Asgore trusts him completely. No check needed.
Oh my god, a 10! Are you freaking kidding me?
17!
18.
That's the fourth time I've rolled a 17 tonight.
Sus.
Yeah, that's a bit odd.
Hey, I'll take it. It's in my advantage. I'll take it. I'm not resetting nothing. You can't make it.
Yeah, until you can't roll anything other than a 17 on something that's
Yeah.
an AC of 18.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, so with even Cargo with your insight check, he is not hiding anything. He's making himself to be very, very open.
Okay.
You can tell he's very obviously still fairly new at being a bard and going around getting information from people and like trying to learn things about people, but he enjoys doing that.
Perfect.
Yeah, but he enjoys being a bard, and he enjoys like helping people write their own stories as well, so that they can then be known for their actual deeds or misdeeds, and spread that to everybody. You get the sense that he's like a purveyor of knowledge. He doesn't want to hide things from people.
Okay.
So there is that.
Oh, good. I'm glad we found that. Well, somebody else figured that out. I didn't figure out probably anything.
No, like I said, your roll was good enough as well.
Oh,
So,
okay. I've been drinking too.
like I said, he's literally not hiding anything. Like
Yeah.
he didn't even try to hide anything from you guys. So if you had crit failed, obviously there would have been something different, or even like less than 5, there might have been like different levels of information. But in this case, easy enough.
I'd like to give him once he's done. Were you handing him the sword, Hendrix?
No, I'm just showing it
Or
to
the
him
hilt?
very carefully.
Okay. You're just showing it to him. Okay.
And I'm pointing at this
Can't-
hobgoblin's head
Can't you
like
just
that
have it
came from Matt.
wrapped in a blanket or something that way you're
Yeah,
not
no,
touching
that's
it?
it's like it's got like a thing, like it's wrapped up in a sheet.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is the thing. Don't touch it. Don't stop it. Stop touching it.
This guy's name is World Singer,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, his name. He calls himself World Singer.
Okay. Well, I'd
That's
like
a
to.
stage name. I feel like that's a stage name.
No, so I'll give you a little bit of insight on tieflings. In some cases, tieflings will give themselves a name based on what they want to do.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So like some tieflings are known as I actually had a whole bunch of tiefling names, but can't really think of any right now. But similar to how Warforged are typically named for their function, a lot of times a tiefling will be named for their ideal. So him being a world singer, he wants to share the information with everybody. Literally singing people's deeds to the world.
Cool.
Yeah. Paparazzi.
A good paparazzi. He's not trying to do things without people's like permission.
Yeah.
So.
So I would like to share with him the amount of things that most people shouldn't that I have tasted.
Oh, no.
Man,
Oh, he's-
Asgard did such a good job portraying us all.
Get a list ready. I need to give him the context afterwards. After I give him this list of the things that I've tasted,
Yeah.
like the imp blood and the demon blood,
Just everything.
various textures and grains of dirt,
Yeah.
probably a rock or two.
Don't forget to tell him about the everlasting gobstopper I gave.
The cool gobstopper that Hendrix made for me. It's another thing.
The good berries. Don't forget about good berries as well.
Good berries. Yep.
That the everlasting gobstopper is based off of in terms of flavor.
Yep.
So
And then, and then after going through all of it, I'm just like, it was just to get the acid taste out of my mouth from the thing that happened. But I saved that for the end.
Let's see. My computer is kind of not wanting to roll things, so
Oh no!
We can roll for you if you
Oh,
want.
oh no.
What was that for?
You sure you don't want us to roll for you?
He-
I'll roll for you if you want me to.
Hmm.
no, he can't hide his visible confusion at the beginning of your like list
Say.
until you end with like this look of just sheer that's
Oh.
not good. from his face. Like that was him trying to hide his confusion. And obviously he did not do a very good job of that.
Well, Asgore can see that the story is being ruined, so he will offer World Singer a drink and just like a place at the bar to just like chill out and focus on the important story. It's not about eating dirt.
But some of it is.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
All right. So Hendrix, are you doing the legend lore thing now?
Yes, I could do that.
Okay.
That's in my spells, right?
Now I have it open right here. So legend lore. It basically says name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. The information you learn is accurate, but might be kind of under some vague or figurative language or information, so it might not give you full-on specifics sometimes. For an example that the spell itself gives is if you have a mysterious magic axe on hand, the spell might yield woe to the evildoer whose hand touches the axe, or even the haft slices the hand of the evil ones. Obviously you could feel that if somebody evil is using that type of axe, it might hurt them as well as hurt their enemies. So it might give you vague information on that as well. So, it takes about 10 minutes for the magic to kind of stir within the eye patch and take root. And afterwards, how do you ask for information from the spell for the sword?
So the accuracy of the information was predicated on what exactly? It was how it was named or something?
Yeah, you can name a person, place, or object, and then it will kind of bring to you a brief summary of information about whatever it is you name.
I'm gonna ask that the Hobgoblin Bloodsword carried this weapon, and it seemed to revive her during the battle and/or keep her alive. What can you tell me about this weapon?
So you feel the magic take root, and you almost go into a vision. You can see this weapon being created, and it's not pretty. It was made by evil entities through lots of different types of sacrifice and blood. Hence why it is called the blood sword. It actually, it was quenched in blood instead of water, and it was given a personality of a demon that had created it. So the things that you figure out, it is a cursed weapon. It does bring great might to the wielder. But as you wield it, the longer you wield it, you become more attached to using it. It itself is a chaotic, evil, sentient item that communicates through emotions. Its bloodthirsty nature seeps into the person wielding it. It will be compelled to strike down its allies and enemies alike.
So basically, it's Asgore.
And the strong
coming from the person who stabbed me.
the stronger the person's personality is that uses this weapon, the less chance they have to fall prey to its antics. Is
personality a spec like wisdom or anything like that?
Charisma.
Charisma? Okay, all right.
Yes. It does have some magical effects that it can do. as you use it and wield it against somebody, it absorbs the blood as it slashes them.
Ooh.
And then you can use that blood to then use certain abilities from the blade. However, the spell cannot tell you what those blades are at this time, what those abilities are.
Okay. So it's pretty mean. Got it.
So you watch as the blade kind of gets passed on, like through the centuries after it was created, from one wielder to another. Usually after somebody was killed, trying to go after somebody too strong for them to fight.
Like the flurry of blows.
Yeah, leading up to, you see Bloodsword and her using this weapon. And you can see that the weapon in her time toward the end, it actually did attempt to take control of her and succeeded until you put down her body.
Okay. Right.
So
I know a lot about the Bloodsword now. Now, is the Bard going to tell me anything else about it? Discovered all this stuff. I guess I could tell the Bard about it. That way he could like have the tale of the Bloodsword.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Not to mention the fact that you have a certain crystal that lets you impart knowledge onto people through what you have learned.
Just give him the sword, man. Just see what happens.
Just throw it at him like, here, catch this.
Think fast.
No, you get the idea that it doesn't immediately attach to somebody. You would have to attempt to attune to it first, and then like begin wielding it before it starts showing its true nature.
Okay.
Oh, we should give it to Sildar.
We can touch it, but it's not like, just don't like, like don't put it in your pocket and like hold on to it forever.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's One Ring rules.
However, the thing that could have happened in battle, like if Asgore had gotten it from Bloodsword, it might have immediately attached to him because it had already absorbed his blood. And then he was intending to wield it against her, at least I imagine he was. So, then it would have been like an immediate cursed attunement.
It was fine.
One other thing you do notice about it, Hendrix, is that throughout the time that people were using it, it took the shape of different types of swords depending on the wielder.
Okay. So it's almost symbiotic to the user. Like it almost like, okay, all right, yeah, I got it. That's pretty cool. I like that.
So you learn a little bit about that, and of course, Worldsinger will take whatever information you can give him about it.
Yeah,
so I'll use the
psi crystal and like
show him
to his brain.
Yeah, it's a good way to communicate. Make sure you ask his permission first before you just like start dropping information into his brain.
Yeah, like, hey man, I'm gonna transmit something into your brain. Is that okay? Always ask permission before you beam signals into people's brains, kids. Always do that. That's the right way to go about life.
Consent?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So, and you guys spend the night here in town. I actually need to make a roll for Worldsinger. I can't get his thing to load, so I'm just going to... So, yeah. His performance, though, is amazing. He rolled a natural 13, and so when you add his proficiency, expertise, and bonuses to it, it's like it ends up being like a 25 or something like that in performance. So he
how good was it? Like Gary didn't ask him to come over for tea, did she? Like what? Like it wasn't that good, was it? All right, cool.
No,
checking.
No, but it's an amazing performance. Like almost the whole town is there by the end of the time that he's done. He tells stories of some of the area. He tells some of your stories as well, things that he's learned from you guys, as well as things that he has heard from the townspeople themselves, as well as from people from Neverwinter have already started hearing about you guys. So, kind of things that are he regales everybody with your deeds, the killing of Venom Fang, the removal of the red brands, Even tells of Asgore's glory in combat.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, all in all, amazing performance from him for you guys.
Yay.
Cool.
Gotta delete that. So while you guys are throughout the night as well, Radoth reminds you that once you guys go to Wave Echo Cave, he cannot follow you in. Being a druid, he told you guys way back in Thunder Tree that he couldn't go into the cave itself.
Asgore thinks he can just guard the exit. Wouldn't be much use anyway.
Unless somebody dies, of course.
Yeah, that barely ever happens.
Not that you don't have a scroll of Revivify or anything like that, but
Yeah.
you guys found a scroll of Revivify back in the Cragmaw.
I knew that. I look at the loot
Cragmaw
list.
Castle. Yes, it's there. It's there. It's updated.
It is in fact there. However, let's see. Does he notice? Yeah. World Singer notices that he notices you guys talking about that and would like to offer his services to go to Wave Echo Cave with you guys. He does know magic. He has some healing capabilities, as well as some other abilities that might prove useful within the cave itself.
Oh, good. I was wondering if he was going to
Sure.
sing him to death or not. You know?
Oh, sounds like someone's jealous.
Hey, man.
Like, oh, he thinks he's so cool up there singing and stuff.
Asgore would like to stress.
For a leg.
Asgore's going to stress to World Singer just how dangerous their lives are and how brave we all are for the combat we go into.
This
wants to know that if he's going to be able to not die during this.
This will be great. It'll be a first person to actually see all of you guys do these things.
Be a first-hand account of Asgore's bravery.
Yes.
Hmm.
We better not get outnumbered. It's so embarrassing.
I wish I had a jar of hands right now. I wish.
Alright.
You and your jar of hands.
Dude,
Art
wish.
Making up
Cargo,
a
were you
rivalry in his own head.
Were you gonna say something, Cargo, a little bit ago?
Maybe.
Looked like you were gonna say something. I wanted to make sure you knew that you weren't being overrun by all of that.
No, I'm here, kind of.
Well, looking at the time, it's about 2 hours in. Do we want to take a short break?
It's 2
And,
hours
uh,
already.
Kid.
And then we will move on to Wave Echo Cave. It'll take you less than a day to get there, so I will kind of start getting that set up.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds like a plan. We'll see y'all in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, close the door. Close the door thing.
I'm
Close
doing
the
it.
door. Close the door.
Is it closing?
I was eating.
We're back, and
We're
there's
back?
nothing anyone
Oh,
can say
we're
about it. Ah!
Wait, are the doors gonna open again?
The
door
door's
open?
open. Oh, I gotta move you over a little
Well,
bit.
we got
since-
stream delay, so we got like 20 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
So just
I was gonna say, 'cause
be right back to speed. Yeah, I gotta see the doors open, man.
Yeah, it's a-
I gotta watch myself drinking as well.
It's okay. It's a live stream, you know. It's a D&D live stream. Everyone knows we're drinking and eating, and you know, the level of professionalism isn't quite.
I mean,
isn't quite
we're
there.
getting there.
We're getting there, but like at the same time, we're sitting here for 4 hours. Like we gotta drink and eat and stuff, you know. Like I think it's widely accepted. I think we're okay.
Yeah. So one of the streams that I used to watch, like there were a couple times where like they'd get food delivered like halfway through the stream, and they're like, "Hey, we're just gonna eat," and this is like a professional D&D stream. So I'm like, no, even the professionals like sit and take the time to eat. So good reminder for everybody out there: don't forget to eat and drink and
Eat
take
your food.
breaks.
Take care of yourselves, guys.
Yep. Rest when you need to rest, just like the party shows. They take their rests when they need to as well.
Yep.
So yeah, just make sure you're taking care of yourselves out there.
Yeah.
Take your drugs.
Whoa.
Totally
All
not.
of them?
You gotta be careful.
Totally
when you
not stalling for a little bit of extra time here.
say don't do drugs is what we mean, but
Which
Take
also
the drugs
can
you were prescribed.
there you go.
it can also translate to take all the drugs that you were prescribed.
As long as they're
not all the
prescribed
drugs.
to you and not someone else.
Proper
Yes,
dosage.
yes, yeah. That part that Jared just said is very
Oh,
important. Make
no.
sure that they're prescribed to you.
I can feel Twitch
Yeah.
getting ready to ban us any minute now.
Oh, oh dear.
Like they're
All because of
endorsing
allergy
drug usage.
medicine.
What? Well, anyways,
Yes,
welcome
all-
back,
all,
everybody.
I wish it was something fun, but it's not. It's actually not.
Hmm.
And by drugs we mean allergy medicine, of course.
Yeah.
The pharmaceutical
Benadryl.
version.
Yeah. Benadryl, I'd be falling asleep during the stream. It just knocks me out. But yeah.
I got some multivitamins. I think that's my only drug.
Not to go into like a story or anything, but it reminds me of a time I was at a funeral and I took some Tylenol because I was having a headache. Didn't realize they were PM Tylenols.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was trying not to fall asleep during a funeral, and I felt like an absolute ass. But there was literally nothing I could do about it.
That sucks. I've totally been there though, and it sucks every time.
I walked in laughing and joking to an announcement that someone died once.
Oh,
That was
no.
very awkward. It was at school as well, and we were the last group to show up, and I was just being like, ha 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 ha, and walk into this huge like gym area with the entire school just.
Oh, God, you're just like,
Just makes me think of what I used to do for work, and that would regularly have things happen, like cell phone alerts at the most inopportune times. And I've been there. It's funny looking back on it now. Not so
Sure.
funny at the time.
Sure. Anyways.
Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome back.
So what are we doing?
We're-
Have we slept and everything now, or like
Let's
is it
go
the
to the
next day
cave.
now? Can we go to the
It's
cave,
the next
please?
day we're heading out.
Let's go.
We
That's
got the
what I'm
group
saying,
all
I'm-
together.
in my drunken stupor, I crafted myself a ring of water walking as my third artifact thingamabob.
Jeez. Good call though.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I was just like, you know what? I can make that. I don't care.
Like, while
So
I'm
I made
walking
it.
on water, I should make a drink about walking on water.
You know what? I'm hammered. I'm scared of drowning. I'm gonna make me a ring.
But here's the real question. Can you walk on sunshine?
Oh gosh,
Sounds like a song or something.
it would feel good if I
I
could.
mean, it might be. I'm sure it would.
Okay, so the ring
So-
of water walking. Let me see if I understand this correctly. You can walk on water with your cannon leg. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like just like I'm walking on the ground.
All right.
I mean, on
If we come
our
across
journey, I
water-
assume there'll be puddles.
Yeah, if we come across water, I'll just be like, look, you see the puddle? I'm just walking on it. I'm just walking on this thing over here.
Radoth actually told you guys the night before you guys went to sleep, at the end of the performance and everything, that the next day it was going to rain. So
There's
Oh,
gonna be
so-
puddles everywhere.
there's going to be puddles everywhere.
Does that
cannon.
mean he can climb the rain?
If I could step
No,
on
it
top
has
of
to
a
be. It would have to be a
water
good solid. I see where you're going with this.
No. Like, there he goes.
I feel like the speed at which rain falls as well. You'd have to move
My
your legs
cannon-
like.
Wait, so that's
unhumanly
But he's
the
got the
If I
boots now. He can move super fast.
Yeah. If my cannon leg gets wet, it's gonna rust.
Oh.
Like my leg's gonna get all rusty now.
I'm surprised it isn't already, considering you were a
Well, I
pirate
mean, that's-
on the
well,
ocean
it's
at some
con-
point.
It's constant maintenance. Like it sounds cool, but it's a hassle.
No, you as an artificer, you probably have put a little bit of magic into it just so it doesn't rust and all of that.
Yeah. Plus, magical items don't tarnish or anything like that. So
Good point.
Yeah,
Good
so-
point.
So there you go. There's your reason for why your leg isn't rusting everywhere.
We needed
Yeah.
that lore.
Well, good.
yeah. Explain it away. Explain it away.
Asgore
Well, let's
needs
go.
no law to understand why it looks this good every time we're waking up. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because somebody made you an awesome looking cloak and some awesome looking weapons. And
let's
yeah.
talk about the fur and just general Asgore being.
Uh,
I feel like
That's
Asgore
what's
just
specific.
sleeps completely nude. Like,
he does.
he's just like, takes one
As a
last
cat.
look, goes to sleep, has good dreams, wakes up, sees it again, ready for the day.
As a cat does.
Find out-
Exactly.
Find out Hendrix was trimming Asgore's fur as he was sleeping.
No,
No.
I'm not.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Whoa, man.
I'm not gonna trim a giant cat man.
We're delving into fan fiction area here now, guys. Be careful.
This is a bad fanfic.
So we're leaving Phandelver?
Anyways,
Great.
yes.
It's for the immersion.
Oh my gosh.
This is great. The chaos that we are creating in this
Yes.
campaign.
Even
Let's
in
get
times
our
of
minds.
peace.
Our Bard and Owlbear, and let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Let's do it. This is what we started for, was this place and Gundren and all this stuff. We finally come full circle. Let's do it.
Yep. Let's see. Everybody, make Constitution saving throws. See how drunk you are in the morning. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Me.
We're gonna go to the. Nope. Even you, Bastion.
He doesn't
You
drink,
drank
man.
something.
Nah, he was busy
Just
painting.
osmosis from all the beer fumes
I like
going
to
on.
think that Bastion painted a wonderful portrait of the bard doing his thing so that they can put it up in the bar.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about that. I was wondering when the next time would be that you were actually gonna, have him paint something again. And you know, anytime you want to say that Bastion has painted something, you can.
Okay.
Like you rolled well enough that first time that I'm not gonna make you make like major checks on it unless you're like under pressure in the moment, needing to make something like important. You know what I
Middle
mean?
of a fight.
Yeah,
Next
it's
boss says,
more-
I'm gonna kill you if you don't paint me right now.
Well, like for instance, you need to put like some kind of like picture on something of like a room that the ceiling's coming down. So like nothing like that's set up right now, but like you know what I mean? Like you're under pressure
Right. Sure.
and you have to like do something like that. Yeah. I would make you make a roll for it to see how fast you could do it and do it accurately. But thankfully, all this time that we've done stalling, my computer finally caught up and was able to make this character sheet that I needed.
Yay.
So we're good to go.
You used me. You used
So-
me to stall.
It takes about, I would say, looking at the number of hexes, probably takes you guys about an hour and a half to get from Phandelver to Wave Echo Cave. Just because it's not really that far from where you guys are.
Yeah.
It's not close to the
and-
water at all.
No, but along the way, Hendrix, you do find a good number of areas that have deep enough puddles that you could demonstrate your water walking ability now.
I'm just like, look, see, I'm just walking on water. I got this rig. I take this off and I take it off and I actually fall in the water a little bit. See? And then I put it back on and I'm back on top of the water.
Wow.
I like to think that you can like will it too, so like you could go in the water when you need to, but then still come back up like you're walking upstairs to get back to the top of the water if you wanted to. So, you know, kind of a cool concept. Do with it what you want in terms of flavor, because it doesn't change the actual effect of the ring, if that makes sense. So
every waterfall is a stairway now.
Dude, that sounds like a song. It sounds like a power ballad.
The Stairway to Heaven.
That's a Destiny's Child song.
Oh, yeah. Oh goodness.
No, at this point, you know, you're what? These hexes are 5 miles.
Like a 12-mile walk? Wait, haven't we got a ruler? Ruler tells us this, doesn't it?
It's the fourth one.
11 miles.
Yeah. So like, you know, you guys were taking 2 or 3 days to get to some of the areas, whereas getting from Phandelver to Wave Echo Cave is not that difficult. You have to imagine that Gundren is probably using Phandelver as like a base of operations for a reason, because it's not far enough away from Phandelver to get to Wave Echo Cave and start searching for the actual cave itself for what he's looking for in there, which is the Spell Forge. So that's probably why he chose Phandelver as a place to go.
Ah, yes, the Spell Forge.
So you guys get to Wave Echo Cave, and we are going to do another map transition.
Map.
And it's going to be dark.
Darkness.
I love these maps. They're so pretty.
Oh, I know. I gotta zoom
Where are you
in.
gonna
I'll just
ping
see
your
the ping?
As soon as this loads up for me, I will ping for you guys. Let's stop scrolling down, please. Thank you. All right. Really? I need to figure out exactly how far this thing wants me to go without scrolling past where I need to ping you guys. This map is huge, so.
Yeah, it looks like it. I had to scroll out a good ways. I'm like 10%.
Was that a ping?
Oh, I see it.
See a
I'm
ping.
going in. Bink.
Oh,
Jeez.
Oh my gosh, this thing is massive.
it's so
Did
big.
Did I
Look
put
at
it
how small
anywhere
we
in the
are.
right place?
And the big squares are 10 feet apiece, whereas the small squares in those big squares are 5 feet apiece. Can everybody see? I want to make sure that like their lighting is actually working.
I can
Yeah.
see. Got down
Well-
lighting.
I still have the tunnel vision, but because of that tattoo I should have regular night vision now. But I still have Eve, so I can just use Eve.
I have
compensate for
edited
that.
this numerous times, and I don't know why it's not saving for you.
Cause it's roll 20.
Let us fix that.
I think I got like the regular dwarf vision.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, so
Well, you can see me, so
I could see Cargo, and I could see Asgore, and I could barely see. I think that's Bastion back there.
Well, but Asgore and Bastion are a dwarf. You got dwarf vision, right?
Yeah.
Bastion, can you see now?
How is it? Is that where I can only see dwarves?
Let me get rid
Everybody
of
looks like a
Eve real
dwarf.
quick. It looks like it still possibly has a bit of tunnel, but I can see behind me, so I'm assuming it's working. It seems like
There.
maybe both options are working.
How's that now?
Whoa.
I just moved you into the middle
Yeah,
of the thing.
yeah. It's giving me some radius light.
All right, awesome.
My light's gone now. Something happened to my light.
It was
I
given to
wonder
me.
if- Wait,
Ah,
I
Because
wonder if-
both of your eye patches are back down. Just fix that, Hendrix.
what? Oh. Like, I'm wondering if like what I'm seeing is coming from Bastion. Because it looks
yes,
like
actually, he does. So I still have his directional light on.
Yeah.
Because remember one very important thing about dark vision is that when it is actually dark, it is all black and white. So wherever Bastion's facing, you guys will actually have like actual light there, so that everything actually still has color.
I'm useful, guys.
It is very useful.
Yeah, my night vision's not working. Like I can move up here and I can't see nothing. It's all
Fine.
predicated off
Let
of
me
where.
let me look at what's going on here. I'll fix
Can you just throw out a
again.
drift globe for?
I'll say mine is working.
I used mine. Asgore's wearing my drift club.
Well, I mean, just use it for
we can still use them.
seeing purposes, you know.
How
Just,
about that now?
That looks great. It works fine now.
Oh, for whatever reason, Roll20
Yeah.
turned off the distance of your vision. Your night vision was still on, but it turned off the distance.
5 feet. That's all you get.
But as people are pointing out, and people have pointed out in the past, Roll20's dynamic lighting is a little wonky sometimes. So, I think overall they did a pretty good job with it, but there's a lot of issues with Roll20 that, you know, not like
It's
I'm
all
paying
good.
for it or anything.
It's all good. Oh.
You know what I mean? It's a
Yeah.
subscription-based thing, so like, kind of frustrating. All right, so you guys are in currently. Just consider this room 1. You guys can move forward and kind of examine the area around you. So this is the entrance tunnel. It leads into a large cavern supported by natural pillars of rock, as you can see, kind of surrounding the area. In the western part of the cave, behind a column rock, there are 3 bedrolls. That also contain just a whole bunch of like ordinary supplies. You find some flour, bags of salt, salted meats, lanterns, flasks of lamp oil, pickaxes, shovels, and other gear.
Oh.
Also, among all of the supplies there, you do find a body.
Oh.
It's a dwarf miner.
Oh no.
And if you guys remember, Gundren told you that he had 2 brothers that were supposed to meet him here at Wave Echo Cave.
Uh-oh. I didn't remember that until you said that.
Looking at
his bodies. I don't see
looking,
bodies.
it's just in the western area. There's no token for it.
Oh, okay.
But looking at his body, you can tell he's been dead for probably about a week.
Okay.
If you look toward the northeastern area, you also see that there's a part of the cavern has collapsed. There's like a 10-foot wide, 20-foot deep pit. And of course, there's some rope that kind of leads down into the pit, so that you guys can just climb down.
Oh.
So,
How convenient.
So, this obviously is the campsite for the Rockseeker brothers. The dead dwarf. You guys, you're not really sure. There's 2 others. There's Gundren, Nundro, and Tharden. So you don't know which brother this one is, but you can assume it's obviously Nundro or Tharden. You do notice Hendrix looking at his boots. More magical boots. There's some kind of magic along with his boots.
They got magic in them boots.
Whoever killed him obviously didn't realize that his boots were magical.
Quit stealing shoes.
Looking at the boots, you can see it almost looks like there's like little wings on either side, as well as like pictures of a spring going down the one side. Is Hendrix gonna identify?
Yes, I will.
Imagine you guys have plenty of time in here. This is just like the opening to the area.
Okay, let me go to spells and.
So when you identify this, you can cast it as a ritual. So, looking at the boots, they are boots of striding and springing.
Oh.
So
Okay.
these are those boots that I was telling you about before.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
Alright.
Thank you for the reminder about the bard. There he is with you guys.
Hey, we didn't forget him. We were just testing y'all. You
Not like I
passed.
took the time to actually
Congratulations.
make a token for him or anything like that at all. No, nothing like that. So, yeah, go ahead.
These boots.
Are you gonna let
So-
you jump?
What are they called again? They're boots of what?
Boots of striding and springing.
Wow, I don't know how to spell. Okay.
Why is it that it's dropping some of my inputs? There. If you guys would like, I will read to you what they do. As soon as it loads. There we go. All right. So boots of striding and springing. Your speed while you wear these boots becomes 30 feet, unless your walking speed is higher. Your speed is not reduced if you are encumbered or wearing heavy armor. In addition, whenever you can jump 3 times the normal distance.
Dang.
So, pretty useful items. Unfortunately, there's no picture, so I just kind of made up something for him.
Yeah, they're just All right. Does anybody want to wear these? Does anybody want these? I mean, really, like, everybody's speed is well above 30 feet.
Yeah.
Isn't there a big, like, cavern thingy that we could jump over, like, here or something?
So there's a cavern there. And looking down into the cavern, there's a tunnel. So that leads, I'm actually going to see... Do you have Eve out by chance?
I can. Boink. Doink.
Also, I'd like to pick up a pickaxe and a shovel and put it in my bag, just in case.
Okay. Probably useful.
Yeah.
I am going to do this real quick. There.
Ooh.
Now you should actually be able to see in there.
Yes.
So.
It's a hole.
Oh.
So there's a tunnel that leads into the area up here.
I see. So jumping to the other side. What?
I think we need to go down.
We'll just be jumping into a wall.
Alright,
there
if
is
y'all want, how deep is this hole?
20 feet.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a rope
that's
that
fine.
leads down there. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I could levitate y'all down in there, and that's fine. But
you can just
it's
rope
20
down,
feet.
man.
Yeah, that ain't nothing.
Maybe
I mean,
save it in case
we jump
someone
down.
falls
Are you fine?
or something. Like levitate. Bing.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think
Oh,
Bastion and I have slow fall.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would jump.
Yeah, so you guys could just jump down and not
me
have to
too.
worry about it.
Yeah, it's 20 feet. Like I'm already down here. I've already and just like I'm down here.
I like to think crew just held on to Bastion for this. If
we have
that's-
an owlbear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
friendship
and-
skillet.
You guys watch also as World Singer, being a tiefling, out from in his cloak, you can almost see that he has wings wrapped around his body. So he just kind of pulls out his wings. He's a winged variant of tiefling, so he can just jump down and kind of glide down into the cavern there.
Oh, look at this guy with his actual
Ooh.
wings.
Hendrix thinks to himself, like, those are some nice wings.
Oh no.
Hmm.
You're like, can't wait for him to die so I can cut them off his dead
If
body.
if he dies, I'm gonna get Asgore and take them things clean off. That's what I'm
That's
thinking.
Probably
Asgore-
magic in his horns too. Just
But
Yeah.
Oh
but
my
he looks at you guys as I'm imagining at least 2 of you are like kind of raising your eyebrows at him. He's like, they're useful for getting around and seeing people doing their thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna levitate Bjorn down into the hole because he's too big to move. He's just a big old boy. He's big fuzzy.
Before you do that and waste a spell slot on doing that,
No.
Oh.
Sarge, if you want to roll a strength check for.
Sorry, I'm just imagining you're going to be for throwing Bjorn down in the hole.
Because also Bjorn is really heavy compared to your levitation spell. I think
yeah.
levitation can only do 500 pounds.
You're right. You're right.
So.
I remember that now. I tried to do that with the Displacement beast, and it didn't work. It didn't work out.
I got 21.
Oh, Bjorn has no problem just climbing down the side.
Oh wait, did I need to do the strength check for Bjorn? I did it for Asgore.
That's fine. Just use Asgore's. The modifiers are probably fairly close, but I'm not
Asgore's
overly
pretty
concerned.
strong. It might be the same. Yeah, they're literally the same.
Yeah, like what the owlbear's has a 20.
Asgore's strength 20, Owlbear's strength 20. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been the same roll regardless. So So you have no problems, all of you getting down into the pit. I imagine that you kind of help Crew get down as well, Bastion.
Yeah, I just assumed Crew was holding on, when Bastion slow falls down.
Yeah. Making it easy.
If that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So, which way are you guys going? There are 2 tunnels in the room. Now that you're down there, you can see a second tunnel toward the south east.
I say we go west. That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like the northwestern.
Yeah. Northwest.
Okay.
I'm going.
That's cool. Thinks that's fine.
Ah.
I'm peeking in.
Oh, wait, I can't see with the Albert.
Ah.
There we go.
All right, I kind of see something over here. I'm going this way. I want to find out what this is. Oh, what is that?
Hold on a second, guys.
No.
My computer's trying to keep up with you, but apparently
Okay.
it does not want to keep up. So, you guys get into these mine tunnels. You can actually see like where people were like digging into the walls. As you're looking through, you're looking at these ceilings are probably only about 6 feet high, so you're kind of having to
That's pretty
crouch
good
down
for a
some
dwarf.
of you
Wait,
for
how
taller-
tall is an Albert?
the owlbear's fine getting in there.
Okay.
She has to kind of scrunch down, but they are able to get in there, no problem. Bastion and Asgore, you guys are probably having to crouch just a tad, because these are only 6 foot. So you guys are looking, and you guys actually see this odd looking creature. It looks like jelly, like a living slime jelly type creature.
Mm.
It doesn't seem to notice you guys right now. It seems to be kind of eating something in the corner there.
Hmm.
And we try and work out what the slime is.
Yeah, make nature, arcana, or survival, depending on which one works best for you guys.
Arcana, survival, or what? Nature?
Nature.
Asgore crit failed.
You are pretty sure that this is a confection.
Oh,
Asgore.
oh my
You
god,
can- you
Asgore's
can
gonna
get
go and eat it.
I got
Something
9.
absolutely delicious.
Oh,
Wait a minute,
no.
that's what I do.
Cargo
25.
and Hendrix,
Yeah.
you recognize this thing as like a dangerous creature.
Don't eat it, Asgore. I'm gonna tell Asgore, but like, no.
Okay.
Bad.
I'm trying to be
It's not
patient with me
Jell-O.
as I'm trying to pull open its character sheet, so you guys can see what this thing looks like.
You remember, I read that dude's Beast book in the first little campaign we did. It may have been wrong about some things, but this thing's bad.
So, this stuff is like a yellowish orange in color. And it literally looks like moving, living slime.
Nom, 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 nom. Oh, it's even called jelly!
Oh god. Dude, he wants to eat so bad.
Yes, it is called ochre. Ochre, is that how you say it? Ochre jelly.
Sure.
Sure.
So,
It is now.
but
Yep.
as of right now, it doesn't really seem to be paying attention to you guys. So,
Alright.
what are you doing? Are you going to leave it there to kind of continue its feast, or are you going to get rid of it?
Can we
that
tell
you guys
what
don't
it's
have to do
eating?
anything?
Yeah.
It just seems to be eating like a long dead body, not dwarfen body. If you're worried about that, it's just like probably somebody else that was part of the expedition to find this place.
So
Okay.
this, yeah,
Is-
it's going to eat us if it can.
If
Yeah.
is it like an acidic type of jelly? Like, is it like corrosive jelly, or is it just like, the stuff that like Bill Cosby peddled for so long? Like, is it like that?
Jared, your face there.
He's just like, nope.
It's like the last cup of jelly.
It's not a pudding pop. It's not a pudding pop.
Is it a pudding pop or not?
With
Butterscotch.
your 20,
Definitely looks like
your
butterscotch.
25 on Arcana, you know that this stuff is pretty acidic.
Okay.
It also resists acid type damage, and you know that it is immune to other forms of damage. You're just not sure what.
All right.
Well, Asgore is going to try and persuade the rest of the group that he should eat it.
I'm going to tell you no.
We're just all...
but I would be fine about killing it. That way I could put some of it in a jar for later.
In a jelly jar.
I mean,
Is
that.
Is it giving off a scent? An acidic scent?
Yes, acidic.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to smell over the smell of like the rot and decay of whatever it's eating. But yes.
Okay.
Smells like death and shrimp.
Yeah.
Ooh. One of
Surprise
those I know what it
time.
smells like.
You know what? I want to attack it. I want to attack it just so Asgore, he doesn't try and eat it. Like, you can't behead it. Like, it doesn't have a face.
All right. I
He's
guess
just got
a
big
then,
spoon ready to go.
what are you attacking it with?
I'm gonna
What the
go
shovel's
with.
for?
Let's see. So it's acid.
I mean,
I'm gonna
Asgore's... Go on, if you got it.
All right. I'm gonna go with.
Oh, you had it already.
I was wondering if I could just absorb it, like absorb elements, but it's not a pure element.
No.
No, it's goo. I could just touch it and do acid damage. That's all. So I guess I'm just gonna use a firebolt on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot a firebolt out of it, out of my cannon at it. So I'm just gonna for 17. I rolled 17.
Oh yeah, that easily hits this thing.
Cool. It did 10 damage.
Oh, you got it. Did you max your damage?
I think.
Oh no,
so,
you have
yeah.
two. It's 2d10 now. I forgot
Yeah.
because
Oh,
when you guys leveled up, it went up a bit.
Ooh, it crit failed on
Yeah.
one of them.
That's all right. You still did 10 points of damage with that cantrip. So, this thing gets blasted. You see a chunk of it just on the wall, and it's sizzling. And now it makes this just horrible screeching noise.
Oh
and comes
no!
running at you guys. So everybody,
Running. It's
do
got
the
legs.
thing.
Click your tokens.
Just quickly, does it look tastier well cooked?
This looks like a creme brulee.
Yeah. It almost gives off like a butterscotch scent.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, 24.
So that is-
Yes.
19 for Boston.
All right.
Look at y'all.
The Elba roll? Yeah, the Elba did.
19.15 for crew.
There's World Singer. Just trying to find his token so that I can actually roll for him.
Oh, we're in a nice hallway. I can hit everybody in the party.
Oh boy. A gap.
You just nat 20, Sean. What?
Oh no.
That was World Singer.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
Bard
man,
goes
Singer's
first.
good.
Glad
Yeah,
we
it's good,
brought
'cause
that guy.
He's gonna buff us. That's great. Bard, sing it to death.
It's literally the entire party, goo, then Asgore. Asgore's just sitting and drooling, thinking about eating it.
He's just excited to eat this thing, right? No. So then,
I have decades of
so-
regret when it comes to tasting things, Asgore. It's not going to taste good.
It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
so World Singer moves right up to here and aims this in a way that he's not going to hurt anybody else, and he's just going to cast a spell called Thunder Wave.
Hey, I know that one.
So he's only going to cast level 1. He doesn't see the need to, cast any
What?
higher than that right now. So Constitution save, DC 17. Holy Crap. All right, and this thing rolled a 15. I need to make sure that I have it set so you guys can see it. So this extremely loud blast of sonic energy just comes out of this. He pulls out a guitar and just kind of blasts with it. You guys watch this. You watch this visible sound wave, like distortion in the air, hit this thing, and just chunks of it start flying off and landing on the wall.
Does Asgore still like the tiefling now? Seeing the magic usage?
I mean,
use magic.
I was gonna say, yeah.
That was metal, bro.
Fair enough.
Let's see.
We discussed during the break that Asgore does not understand what magic really is.
Yeah. What does Asgore think it is?
Asgore only sees magic as like the very stereotypical wizard doing wizard things. Like when Radolf shows up, it's like, oh, you're a magic user, aren't you? I can tell that. When people are casting fireballs, it's like, wow, fire!
Yeah.
So he associates magic users with robe wearers.
Yeah, I like
basically,
robes,
if they look like
shouting,
Gandalf,
I am a wizard.
Yeah, if they look like Gandalf the Grey, there you go. That's a wizard.
Staff, robe, wizard, beard.
Yeah.
And then he is also going to look over at Bastion, and he's going to use Bardic Inspiration on you. So he kind of strums a chord, and kind of you feel this energy kind of rolling through you for the next 10 minutes. Well, you have this until the next 10 minutes is up, but you can roll an extra D8 to one roll.
Cool. An attack roll,
and so this creature can wait until after it rolls the D20. So yeah, so it says you can roll the die and add a number rolled to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw that you make. You can wait until after you roll the D20 before deciding to use the Bardic Inspiration die, but you must decide before the DM says whether the roll succeeds or fails. So basically, you have to know if it's you have to kind of guess if it's going to work or not. Once it is rolled, it is lost, and the creature can have only one Bardic Inspiration die at a time. And then the rest. And so right now, because he's just after 5th level, because he's same level as you guys, just to make it easier. It is a D8 instead of a D6. So you can use that on whatever roll you want within the next 10 minutes.
So I have 1d8.
Yep.
Okay.
But until then, we are on to Cargo's turn.
Yeah.
This thing is like making this horrific screeching noise.
What's it sound like?
Don't like it. Don't do it.
Don't. Have you guys ever heard of pigcore music?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Yes, exactly. See, look at that. I got you guys to make your own sound effects without having to do anything myself.
Can you please perhaps not? Can you please never do that again?
Yes. Not a problem.
Well, there you go. I figured you would appreciate that, caedo.
It's a cacophony of pig metal. What the
No!
Yeah.
Cacophony of pig metal.
Alright, well, I'm going to use my thoughts and prayers on it, see what happens.
And then get a brain.
I'm going to punch it right in the goo.
Yeah, this thing doesn't really seem to have a sensitive area for you to hit, so you just kind of can hit it anywhere.
Yep. 16.
Oh, yeah. 16 hits.
That's going to be...
Like punching Play-Doh.
I don't even know this thing has a brain, so I'm going to use radiant damage.
Smart.
Sounds good. So again, this light blasts through it, and you can almost see like this radiant light moving through its entire body as it explodes out the back of it. It still seems to be alive and moving, but it definitely seems very hurt now.
Do it again. 19. 10 more damage.
19 also hits. And now it's become like this very small bit of goo on the ground. still squirming and moving towards you and screeching. But you can tell that it's like pretty much knocking at death's door now.
Okay. Well, I'll use my bonus action for one attack.
All right.
Third attack, 26 to hit. 10 more damage.
Is that another 10? Holy crap! You just rolled
3 10s in a row. That's crazy.
And he didn't roll 3 10s. Well, no, he did roll 3 10s.
Yeah. For a look behind the DM door in this case for this creature, as long as you didn't critically fail your attack, you would have hit it. It's dead.
Okay. Yay!
Yeah, you just have like what looks like a bunch of silly putty on the ground and walls everywhere around you guys.
I'm gonna scoop some of it up and put it in a jar. At least 2 jars. No less than 2.
Does Hendrix just carry around just a whole bunch of jars in that bag?
You would be amazed what I could do with all the jars of stuff I have.
These are gonna be some acid bombs. I know it.
Seeing as everyone did warn Asgore not to eat the slime, Asgore's only going to lick the slime to see how it tastes first.
Yep. Go ahead, buddy.
Learn
from your mistakes.
Cargo, basically. It tastes like it's been eating something dead. That's been dead for about a week.
Okay. Asgore does not eat the slime.
Good call, buddy.
Got 3 jars of acid slime in my bag now. Cool. I'm happy. We're gonna make some jelly, boys.
So, nothing seems to have been alerted by the loud blast of sound from Thunderwave. So, you guys are just kind of. I mean, your ears are ringing a little bit from this loud noise. But it doesn't seem like it was enough that everything in this place has been alerted. If that makes sense.
Have we seen any like ore deposits? Like we're in a mine. Is there any like metal veins or anything like that showing?
Yeah, I mean, right now you're in the mine, like the primary mining area, and you do actually see some like there's still some ore in here. Just like as if this place had been abandoned, in the midst of its heyday.
What is it? Just like iron, or is it gold?
Yeah, there's some iron. There's a little bit of iron, a little bit like very very minor amounts of mithril deposits. Not enough to like really be useful, but there's some mithril and iron in there.
Oh, here we go, Hendrix with the rocks.
Dude, you realize I play New World. I will sit here and mine for hours on end and do absolutely nothing else. And just be like, nope.
Looks like we've lost Hendrix.
We're just here now. This is where we play the game.
I will say that somebody will probably be the voice of reason and tell you that you should probably at least clear the place out before you start trying to do that.
Okay, fine. All right. That's what I'll do. We'll clear the place out and I'll come back and I'll mine in our like time off or something.
Funny thing is, like, it's not as easy to mine as it is in games. It takes a little bit longer.
Oh yeah.
It's not just ding, ding.
But you gotta realize, like, I've got a cannon leg. I can just blast the stuff out of the wall.
He can just shoot the wall until he gets something he wants out of it.
Asgore will suggest we move up this way.
I agree.
I
go this way.
Concur.
All right, so you guys are going north.
Yes.
So you continue through. You can actually see as you're moving through the area that there seems to be like a more open area toward the north, coming out of the actual mine itself. And as you guys are walking through, you start hearing like the sound of like waves crashing against the crashing against the beach, crashing against like the like stone of like giant, like the bigger hills and everything like that. That you kind of begin to wonder that that's probably where this place got its name, Wave Echo Cave.
Mm,
So you're hearing the literal sounds of waves crashing against the side of the moon.
that's weird.
Asgore had not even thought about the name.
So you guys continue north, and I'm just moving him up a little bit so we don't forget that he's there. Are you guys going to continue north, or are you guys going to go through like some of the other tunnel ways? There's a whole bunch of area up there. So
okay, yeah, I kind of want to go through the other tunnels instead of just going north. Let's. I'm gonna go this way.
Can we get any kind of idea? Like you said, we hear waves and stuff. Can we tell which of these might be coming from, or is it just too echoey to tell?
It's echoing through the entire place. You guys can make a perception check based on hearing, so it's not at any kind of advantage or disadvantage.
5.
Kind of trying to
22.
figure out which way the echoes are coming from.
21.
Let's see. World Singer will give you guys a hand with this too, since he's in here.
Why does it not? Oh, I have to click that one.
World Singer
Sucks.
is not used to using Thunderwave in a small enclosed space, so his hearing is currently.
He's not used to being out in the field.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I mean, Hendrix and Bastion got above 20.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can tell that like the main source of the echoes seems to be coming from the north.
Okay. I don't know if that matters, but I was just curious.
You also hear coming from the east down the tunnels, you hear like the sounds of like some kind of creature that seems to be locked up in a room. You hear like banging on a door, the occasional like type noises coming from one of the rooms down the hall.
I think we ought to go towards that. Let's do that.
Which direction you said what that was?
To the east.
To the east?
Coming from the direction over here.
Okay.
This away.
Now this whole time I do have like detect magic on.
Yeah.
Assumed. Okay, all right. I just.
We
What's up
already
here?
know.
Nothing's really up there. Huh?
You
What's
keep
that?
recasting it at every 10 minutes or so to do
like
that.
every 10 minutes I
So-
just throw it up in the air. You just.
Yep.
There it is.
And
Like you
right
don't
now,
care?
10 minute hasn't passed yet. So like, for instance, Jared, your character still has the inspiration on
Yeah.
him.
I'll just assume you'll tell me when it's no longer applicable.
Yeah. As you guys get closer down this
There's
hallway,
stairs.
yeah, you see stairs going down one of the hallways, but you also see a door down over here. And when you get to the door to the east, again, you still hear. Now you can see the door kind of shaking as something's hitting it.
Hmm.
Oh dang. You want to go through that door, Cargo?
Well, I know there's a
No,
certain somebody who's very good at kicking them.
Oh. Asgore pushes up to the door.
Hold on a
And
second.
awaits
Hold on a
word.
sec. Hold on.
Asgore's not going through yet. It
It's
sounds
out of the
like
way.
this creature's beyond this door, right? So
Yes.
prep for
Yes, you
combat,
can- you-
everyone.
You can hear, you can even smell like the scent of like decay in there.
Ooh. Okay.
Before-
Asgore's
before
going to
he-
pull out the axe.
Before he does anything, Asgore, do you want me to cast a spell on you? I'm just double checking.
Asgore glares at Hendrix.
Are you a willing participant?
No.
Asgore? Okay.
Asgore is unwilling.
Cargo, are you a willing participant?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna cast heroism. It's gonna take me a minute, so just hold on.
Oh man.
Okay.
Asgore just having a stab.
No,
Willing-
casting time is one action. You can
Okay, yeah.
concentrate on it for up to a minute.
Oh, okay, all right. So I'm just gonna cast that on Cargo. A willing creature you touch is imbued with bravery. Till the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened and gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier at the start of each of its turns. So you get +5 HP at the
Plus
beginning of
5
every
temporary hit points.
Yeah.
And they just remember they don't stack. So if you lose those five temporary hit points, you get them back. If you still have
Okay.
5 when your turn starts, you don't gain any more than that.
All right.
And typically,
go.
just to verify with you, Hendrix, when you're using your detect magic, you're ritually casting it, right? So like that way it doesn't take up a spell slot to do it. Correct.
Sure. Yes.
All right. We'd already discussed that way back when, but for the audience, it's kind of making it easier for everybody to know.
Okay. Yeah.
While he's doing that minute spell, can
No,
Bastion...
it only takes him. It only took him 1 action to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead. What does Bastion want to do?
could I try activating Draconic Rune Maw and turning my arm into a dragon for an hour?
Yeah.
Because that takes
You
a
got
minute
that
to
at a-
do, so I can't really do it once we're in combat. So if I do it now, I mean an hour. There's no way we're gonna be in here for an hour, right?
Yeah, you can say that you were doing that like on your way over here since you were hearing that, so that way it doesn't take you the full minute waiting outside this door for whatever's in there to come flying out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So if you want to do that now, you can. That way you have that turned on. So I need to edit something on your character sheet.
This allows me to replace an attack with this, but I don't have to if I don't choose to, even if it's activated, correct? Because it says that I can replace.
Yeah, you
can
replace an attack. Yeah, you can.
So like
you can
if I
choose
wanted to
do
attack
that,
with my staff and then burn with my maw, or if I wanted to do 2 staff attacks because for some reason this thing's resistant to fire. Ugh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
I like
so let's see, and you can also punch with it and like have them bite and do 1d10 plus strength for piercing damage. That also adds the 1d6 fire damage as well. So that kind of adds a little bit for you.
That's so sick.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
I'm jealous.
You can study it later.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
1d10 plus strength, and that is piercing. Damage type 2 is 1d6.
And this is the melee. Are you gonna also put in the cone attack option?
What is the damage for that? It's basically a fireball, correct?
20-foot cone of fire. Each creature must make a dexterity DC 16 saving throw.
Yeah.
Taking 8d6 fire damage.
Yeah, it's a fireball and a cone basically.
Okay.
So well, we can basically just have you roll the amount of dice for that.
Okay.
You should see Maw there now.
I do.
Also now that you've cast heroism, Hendrix, just don't forget now that you have that, the detect magic is off until you are able to recast it, since they are both concentration spells.
Fair enough.
But we kind of have that thing where you're doing it every 10 minutes and it takes you 10 minutes to cast, so you're kind of just constantly renewing it for your ritual. And then when you go into combat, you basically turn it off anyway. So that's kind of what we discussed way back when you first started using it. But yeah, so now you guys are all ready to go. Bastion, you guys look over at Bastion. Now he has like this gigantic like dragon head on his arm.
Like, oh damn.
Yeah. You guys are ready to kick in the door, I'm assuming.
Yep, get in position. If anyone wants to move into a different slot, your time is now.
Try to hit stuff in the room with the door too.
Oh, I want to kick the door so it goes flying to the other side of whatever's in the room.
All right.
And if something's in the way, it's gonna hit a door.
Make an athletics check on that.
Okay, 1 second. There we go. Click.
Oh, nat 20!
That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Entire room explodes. Combat over. GG guys, we won.
Blew the mine up.
We won D&D.
All right, so the door goes flying in, and you guys look in, and you can see that there are 3 ghouls in this room. The door goes flying in though, and smashes into this first like lead ghoul right here. If you want, let's see. Go ahead, Asgore. Since you did that, I'm gonna have the ghoul make a dex save, and while it's doing that, I want you to roll what's an appropriate amount of damage for this?
5
What's the door
D800s.
made of?
This was like a good solid wooden door.
Oh, we're talking like
27
good,
damage,
strong
easy.
oak.
Easy 27 damage.
Just
Let's
pull that out of your ass.
see. So it's like think of it as like one of those like barracks doors. So it's like really solid, heavy door. But your kick just blows this thing off its hinges. I'm thinking we're gonna go with like 2d6. So you can go ahead and roll 2d6.
Yep.
And if this ghoul
9 damage.
Noise.
and then add your, I would say, oh, this thing rolled a 7. So your strength modifier is a +5, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So then that's 14 damage for that, because usually you add modifiers for things like that. So, and this ghoul is knocked prone as this door just goes flying into it. It's on the ground, and also like partially pinned by the door, so it's gonna have to also try to get out from underneath the door.
Heck yeah.
And it's obviously very injured, still somehow alive, but very injured as this thing starts making this horrible noise.
Kicking the door
like
always
everybody.
works.
Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Perfect.
Man just got his butt handed to him by a door.
23. Oh, look at Eddie. Tiebreaker.
19 for
Oh,
Bastion.
yeah. Good thing
As
I
usual.
put
Let's
cast
go bring another ring.
heroism on you.
Yeah.
All right.
And a
and then
12.15 for crew. Kevin.
the one on the ground
Kyle. Punches holes in
had
walls.
disadvantage, so it rolled a 7.
Nice.
And the other two are just going to take the same turn on their initiative, so we're just going to roll. And they both rolled 13. So there we go.
Are those ghouls eating limbs?
Yeah, actually, would you guys like to see the picture of the things that you
Yeah,
were
what
fighting?
is it?
Of
Yeah, just
course.
quickly, did you roll initiative for Bard?
I'm working on it. I'm getting distracted
Yeah,
by
Nom, nom,
putting
nom, nom, nom.
putting the picture up there for everybody.
Mm.
So we know that they know disarm.
Ah.
I can't say I didn't see that coming.
Gotta hand it to him, right?
Ah.
Oh, this is amazing. All right, there you guys go. So I like that. The door is mightier than the sword. That's awesome. All right, Hendrix, you're up.
Nice.
Yes. I am up. I'm just gonna be like, excuse me, come through. And I'm gonna be like, hey, nice kick, by the way, nice kick, and I'm gonna walk in. So that was 1, 2. So these are 10 apiece.
5.
Big squares are
Fine.
10. Small squares are the small squares within the big squares
Oh, okay.
are 5.
Okay, so it's 5, 10, 15, and then 20. I'm just gonna go right here, and I'm gonna take my pistols, and I'm gonna do that to this guy right here. That guy right there.
The
I'm gonna
bottom right.
Yeah, bottom right. I'm gonna shoot him, and then I'm gonna shoot him again.
Okay.
26 and 23.
Both of those hit.
Nice. I got 7 piercing on the first one, 12 piercing on the second one.
All right.
And then I get
Still alive and like growling at you.
okay. I guess for my bonus action, I'm gonna open up my bag of holding, and I'm gonna pull out my life partner, friendship. Boink! There he is, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, bud, go get that dude I just shot at." He's like, "Okay, I got him." But he goes over here, and he's gonna rend on him.
All right.
that's-
Force empowered rend. Go for it.
Yeah, it's force.
It's your
open-
free action to let him out of the bag. So
Yeah,
don't
it's
worry
just
about that.
okay.
Bonus action to command him to do that.
Force
Ooh.
empowered rend. Yeah, 11 to hit.
11 is just gonna miss.
Ooh.
Ew. Well, he tried.
So
That's going to be on his gravestone.
Friendship was flying at this thing, but obviously your shots had this thing stumbling back just enough that when it goes in for its rend, it just barely misses it.
Okay.
Anything else for you, Hendrix?
It should be my move. Yeah, that's it.
All right, then we are on to Cargo.
Yay!
Yeah.
So prone guy is not gonna get an attack of opportunity on me, right?
No, it's also
Alright.
pinned under the door. So
Cool. I'm right in the middle then.
Oh.
all right.
Oh, why do you always do this?
It's a signature move.
What? Oh, I'm
Wait,
not gonna do the AOE. I'm not doing the AOE.
Okay, I was about to say, 'cause, like,
Why do you always do this? Why do you always go in the
Wait,
middle of a bunch of
You
I'm
could
enemies?
move
15
just a
feet.
little bit more, and I think Hendrix would be out of it, wouldn't he?
Well, the door's on this guy. It's like a ramp, so I just kind of
Yeah.
walked up the door.
Dude, if you
Maybe-
jumped up
maybe
and
do a
down
little-
on the door, could you do damage if you jumped up and down on the door?
A little
Pop his
parkour flip
head.
or something. I don't know.
All right, what are you doing,
Oh, gosh.
Cargo?
Okay. I'm gonna take out the. I'm gonna probably finish off the one on the lower right first.
Okay.
With a standard thoughts and prayers attack.
Go for it.
I'm saving my charges for later with a big fight.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a good idea.
So, 13.
13 will hit.
Okay.
And how is this thing being finished off?
Oh, I punch the arm out of its mouth, grab it, and then beat it with the arm.
You punch it with a severed arm?
Yes.
Are you yelling "Stop hitting yourself" as you're doing that?
Sure.
All right. So that thing, you kind of beat it with that arm until it stops moving.
That's not for eating or something like that. So,
You shouldn't play with your food.
I know from experience, not for eating.
Are you implying that at some point Cargo might have almost been a cannibal?
Cannibal.
I may have chewed on a finger
arm or
from
two?
an arm. Maybe.
They
Anyway.
do look like Vienna sausages. I wouldn't put that past you. I mean,
All right. Anyway, my second attack.
Yeah.
Punch the one north of me
Okay. Go for it.
for a 26.
Nice. Yeah. 26 will hit.
10 radiant damage.
All right. It's very angry with you now as you sock it with some radiant damage. It drops the hand that's in its mouth and just starts kind of lunging at you. What are you doing next?
So each of them had an arm in their mouth.
So those two that you hit had arms in their mouth. The one that is under the door had you can see like a severed leg next to its head.
Okay. So I
Like
was
the
going to be very
bottom half of the
confused
leg,
if there was 3 arms. I'd be looking
Nope.
for a very
Nope,
strange looking fellow.
Just a leg.
Okay. Cool. All right, and I'll use my bonus action as another attack.
Okay. Which one are you hitting?
Same one.
All right. Go ahead and roll again then.
13 for
13
7
hits.
radiant.
All right. It's still holding on to itself there. It doesn't have the arm in its mouth anymore. You kind of punch it as it's lunging back at you, so it's now, stumbling backward. Still standing. Still wants to, eat you, but
Yeah.
obviously it can't.
Too bad.
Is that it for you?
My turn is over.
All right, then we are moving on to World Singer. Let me see. How far are you from these things? Looks like 30 feet gets it right up next to that thing. Under the door, so. So he is going to... 10, 20, 25, 30. All right. And then you guys watch as he pulls out a
Oh, don't pull it out.
pulls out a hilt
Oh,
for a
okay.
weapon. And then from it ignites a blade of light. And it just as soon as the thing lights up, the area around him lights up with like a 10-foot radius of bright light, and he strikes this one that's down on the ground.
Is he a Jedi?
Yep. Guess so.
He's a Jedi. The way it is.
Yep. And and this does a little bit extra damage because this thing is undead. But he looks over at Asgore, and like decapitates the ghoul that's under the door, and throws you a wink as he does it.
Oh.
So he kills off the ghoul that's there. And he says, "I knew this blade my dad gave me would be useful." But that's all he's going to do for now. And we move on to Bastion.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll see if I have 10, 15. Yeah, I want to flank this mofo.
All right.
And I'm gonna maul him. I'm gonna try out my new dragon arm. I'm ready. I got advantage. I got a dragon arm. I'm ready to use it.
All right. Chomp chomp.
Chompity chomp. So many dice. 13, barely.
13 hits.
15 piercing and 5 fire damage for a total of 20 damage.
Nice. So this thing, you're this. I mean, how do you want it to die? Do you want to like have this thing engulf its head, and then just fire throughout its entire body? What are you doing to it?
I love that. Like, just like the dragon's mouth, just like French kisses this thing's mouth and putting fire in its body, and it ignites from the inside out.
Yeah, so you guys watch as like its whole body lights up. Like you can see the fire travel into its torso and it just explode outward.
Oh, that smells bad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna jar
But
that.
it looked cool.
But
I'm not
it's
gonna
glorious
jar
in
that.
its execution. So
Yeah. 10 out of 10 for execution. But 1 out of 10 for smell.
First,
We're no strangers to bad smells. Come on. We've
Even
burned
us dwarves
entire
just sat there
caverns
like,
of golems.
Oh, gosh,
So.
dude, like, don't do
Or
that.
not golems, but goblins.
something here.
That's true.
So
I did
we got
chew
'em.
on one of them just to see.
Yeah.
That is all of them, right?
so as you guys are finishing that part off, you hear something in a language. Actually, Asgore, you probably recognize the orcish kind of laced with goblin language coming from the southern door. And you kind of recognize the way the voices are. You recognize what creature they probably belong to as bugbears. And you hear them yelling to each other, that they hear something beyond this door, so they're gonna, go in.
We finally made enough
you-
noise.
But you can't tell how many bugbears there are. As this is going on, so we are still in initiative.
Noise.
Oh.
So
While Asgore hears this, is he able to like call out and point?
well, I mean, everybody can hear them, but you know what they're
Oh.
saying. Is all I'm really is like what I'm pointing out for
Oh,
you
I see.
there. Because I think you're the only one that speaks Orcish.
Don't I have something that I understand?
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can use your ability to do that if you would like.
Is it an actual ability, like an action?
Remind me what what the rune says for you. It should be on your character sheet.
I'm looking for it right now. I have so many freaking things. There we go. Gnomish
Yeah,
rune comprehend.
I will say monks get a lot of things. So
Yeah, it's an action.
Yep.
I'm not gonna use it as an action, but I mean, obviously I hear it, and I still have stuff I can do, right?
Yep, and yeah, you only did one attack. You still have your other attack and your bonus action, plus an object interaction to actually interact with the door, the southern door. Now that you guys are also in this room and looking at the actual room, you can see that there are some beds kind of surrounding the room here, as well as you can see like there's an old, like, again, another probably about week-old body of a half elf. Both arms missing and half of a leg missing. And then there's also some, other bodies that are older. They're more skeletal with like scraps of armor on them with weapons. And then toward the very south end of the room, there is a door.
Okay.
So Bastion,
Well,
what else are you doing?
I don't have a whole lot of like movement, so I think I've got 15 more feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna blink, stand next to this bed here.
Sounds good.
Can I hold any of my like secondary actions that I have? Because I have 2 actions.
I'd say if you wanna hold like one more attack.
Yeah, I would just hold like a dart, because that's my only range.
A dart throw?
Yeah, just when if an enemy comes through that door, I'd like to hold a dart throw to.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that'll work.
I can't really do anything else, so.
Yeah.
That'll be it for Bastion.
All right. Then we are on to a bugbear's turn. I'm going to
Sounds
turn
like a children's
off
book. A bugbear's turn.
Yeah.
So you can actually see as this bugbear opens up the door and starts walking through.
Huh.
So would you like to...
Smart move. We was about to kick that thing in and kill him.
But if you would like, Bastion, your dart attack can go off, and you can attack with this.
Shall. 16 to hit.
16 hits.
And 9
He tries to get his shield up as he sees this dart coming at him, but it goes right past and striking him right in the chest.
I throw a dart and then I down a logger.
Let's see, so that was 15, 20, 25, 30. That's all. Let's see, does he have any ranged attacks? Yes, he does. Because of that, Bastion, he is going to try to throw a javelin at you.
Okay.
So he pulls a javelin out of his out of like a quiver kind of thing on his back, and throws this for a 6.
Nah.
Yeah. Poor fella.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
All right.
Bless his little heart.
My beasties just can't seem to roll tonight. All right, and we are on to Crew's
Could you
turn.
catch it?
Well, I could, but it missed anyways. I don't want to waste my reaction.
Oh, right.
I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I doubt these guys are too big of a deal. But all right. I
like
thought
3 of
about
them.
it. I figured if it was going to hit me,
That's cool.
I would grab it. But if it's not going to hit me, I'll just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Crew. Oh, Crew. First of all, he's going to need to get up in on this. And he probably didn't see the bugbear throw anything, but he sees a bugbear.
Yeah.
And he's gonna.
Yep, he does see the bugbear.
Oh, he sees. He definitely sees it.
Oh, and he probably heard the javelin strike the wall behind you. So.
And there's literally one enemy in the room.
Well, yeah, so say he sees the bugbear.
Yeah.
Regardless of anything else, he sees the bugbear. So. He's just gonna use a firebolt.
Firebolt.
Yeah.
All right. Roll your firebolt.
Shaboing. 21 to hit. Oh, Kyle.
Nice.
21 hits.
Good
the
job, Keith.
bugbear.
Coral.
13 fire damage from a
Nice.
cantrip. Damn, boy.
So that. So this bolt of fire just kind of goes, and right where that dart hit, strikes him in the same spot. So now there's just like this like hole in his chest. He's still alive, but he's like staggering backwards, now clutching that spot.
I like to imagine that crew knows that Bastion throws darts, so he throws his firebolt kind of like he would throw a dart, because he kind of
Yeah.
mimics Bastion in every
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I see that.
he'll back around the corner just to be out of
Okay.
sight and end his turn.
Sounds good. All right, and we are on to Bjorn.
Excellent. Can Bjorn fit through the door?
No, not this door. However, you can hear the noises coming from around the hallway over here.
Is there a hallway down to the south? I can't see with Bjorn.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second.
So
I mean,
am-
he is an owl. I think he
Dark.
should have dark vision or something. He's an owl.
Well, the thing is, the vision seems to just not want to work for anybody tonight.
Yeah.
Just turn it all
Like,
off.
I
man.
get. Oh, there we go. That works. Yeah, I just didn't have vision with Bjorn, just with Asgore.
Yeah.
So what's this move? I got 40. So
You can.
I can go around the corner.
Yep.
Okay, Bjorn will move around the corner.
All right. So you
Ah!
can see. So Bjorn can see the bugbears right there. So you can either move up on it or just wait for it to come to you.
I mean, that was all of Bjorn's movement.
Yeah. I mean, Bjorn can still dash. It would
Oh, is
take up your
dashing-
action. It would take the action, but Bjorn could dash if you wanted it to.
Oh, no, that would be bad. Because Bjorn
Okay.
doesn't have bonus actions.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bjorn will stand menacingly in the hallway and scream.
Can Bjorn hold an attack action? Like, what if these thing gets close to him or something? You know, then he can still use his
Yeah.
action
Oh,
to.
yeah,
do
if Bjorn's able to hold actions as well, then yeah.
Just so you're aware, the action would just be one attack, even though it's a multi-attack. It would only be able to hit once. But
That's
yes,
okay.
you can still hold the action for that.
It just gets ready to bite.
All right,
Makes
sounds
sense.
good. All right, Asgore, the greatest fighter ever. It is your turn.
Yes! Asgore.
Destroyer of doors.
Yeah, destroyer of doors.
Asgore can't charge him.
Mm.
But that sounds a little foolish. So instead, Asgore's gonna move around the back of this dude, which is 25 movement.
Okay.
And as Asgore was holding his axe, he is gonna swing that axe and give it a quick test run.
All right, go for it.
So, yep. Shot. 29 to hit. 16
Yes.
slashing and 12 cold because the cold damage maxed out.
Oh my
You
goodness, man.
dead.
almost maxed
God.
all of your damage.
Is that
I just wanna
28
say-
I could have
damage?
dealt 3
I
more
just want
damage.
to say, Hendrix is sitting back there and he's just like, I made that. I made that.
Yeah.
Holy
There's 28
crap,
damage to
man.
this guy.
I mean, how do you want to end it? You're doing more than its actual
It's the classic
HP.
beheading. I imagine it's beheading, but the cold's so cold that the head freezes over when it comes off.
Yeah, so
It
you do
shatters
that.
all around.
You do
No,
that, and
you wasted
as the blade goes across and cuts it off, the head
Oh.
shatters as the axe is going through it. So you just have like all this ice all over everything, in behind the bugbear.
Hey, you thought the room smells bad now.
Eh,
Oh,
That smells like a wet
Oh.
dog.
Wait for that to melt.
well. Asgore's still got enough movement to move up on the other guy. So can he move,
Oh.
then use his other attack?
yeah, that's
He'll move up and use
All
his
right.
other attack. Come on,
go for it.
crit this time. Be even meaner. 24 to hit.
Hendrix is still
All
back
right.
here. Yeah!
And 17
Get him!
slashing damage. Only 9 cold damage this time.
Oh, darn.
Or 26
Oh
damage.
darn!
Jesus Christ.
Whew. This guy is somehow still alive. As this axe is like as this axe embeds into his chest, and you can see the cold just wrapping around his body.
Oh. That's nice. And I'll use my free action to stick out my tongue before I end my turn.
All right.
I want this bugbear to critical fail and shatter himself.
You know what? Just for that, if he critically fails,
Come on. Come on.
let's see. All right, he's going to try to attack you, Asgore, with his Morning Star. So here we go.
Oh my god!
Yeah!
He did it!
Yes! Yes!
So
You gotta love it when you see the red sometimes. Well,
you guys just made it happen, I guess.
Oh my god.
So that he critically
you
failed.
willed that into existence. So I just feel like
Yes!
That's amazing.
Jared, put the chat up on the screen so people can see it for just a second.
Oh, that is a thing of beauty.
Don't really
If
have
you
the
can.
ability to do that because of the way that I have it.
No.
Okay.
But it's
yes,
it's a critical
chat.
failure.
That is he rolled a 5.
Actually,
So that's 1 plus 4.
Mhm.
So he critically failed. His attack roll.
Yep.
Just trying to see if you did. No, can't get it up on there. If
I-
not, it's not a big deal.
It would screw
I was just curious
much
if you
too many things up that I'm not
Yeah.
willing to try to re-put back together while I'm streaming. So
Yeah, no worries.
Oh.
So let
the
me
doors
just
would
see.
not close on the kingdom.
Let me see what he does to himself. Why did that not roll any damage at all? That's weird. Alright, well, I'm going to roll 2d8 and we'll just add 2 to his damage that he's going to hit himself. So that's 9 points of damage. That rolled to me for some reason. But 9 points of damage. So he comes in with his Morning Star, goes to try to hit you with it. It bounces off the top part of the door and bounces back and slams into his already half frozen chest, shattering his torso, and he falls to the ground, dead.
Oh.
He only had 1 hit point left.
God.
But he shattered himself. That's great.
That is so great.
All right.
And the bard is here to see it all, Asgore. The
Yep.
songs
Actually
will be
happened.
sung of this day.
After last night, World Singer was like, oh no, he's probably making it up. Oh no. That's actually looks like he's telling the truth now.
Yep.
This one's got door kicking and
Man, all the
All
highlights.
the adventures for you
Critical
to come
failing.
on. This is the good one.
Yep. All right,
So Ronnie
Hendrix.
wasn't here to see all the other stuff.
Oh, that's right. It's my. Oh, we're still.
It
on
is
this?
Hendrix's
I thought-
turn.
I thought
There's
everything was
one more
dead.
bugbear left.
I can't see that.
There's not even enough body left of this bugbear that I'm not even going to keep it on the screen.
So where's this last bugbear? Is it like down here somewhere? I would imagine. Like down
It's-
down in like this bit.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
imagine you can hear its horrified screams as its buddy next to him just disintegrates, basically.
Let me see. What do I got to do for the Boots of Speed? Is that a bonus action to turn?
It's a
those
bonus
on?
action to activate it,
All right, I'm gonna
and then you can move
activate
50
that.
feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna activate that because I gotta go. I got a long way to go. You know what I'm saying? Like right in front of Asgore. So
Yeah, go for it.
that's my bonus. I'm all the way to here. Cool. Now I'm gonna pull out my. These are bugbears. I'm gonna pull out my. Talon. Two-handed Talon attacks. We're going. First for 26. It hits for like. It's a 26 hitting for
26
14.
hit. Yep,
Yeah.
that hits him for definitely.
and the second one's 14 for
which
7
does
slashing.
not hit him.
No!
So the 26 will hit, the 14 will not. As you come running out and go to attack this guy with Talon, you look down on the ground. You can see a puddle underneath this bugbear after he watched his friend shatter.
Was he? Did he pee himself?
Yeah, he peed himself.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I do my best not to step in it. Oh, don't put my cannon in that.
Anything else?
Water walking, it's fine.
That's all I can do. That's all.
All right, and we are on to Cargo's turn.
Can I have line of sight from here?
Yes,
Yeah,
you would have line of sight right there.
Okay. Because I have just too few speed points.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna throw a javelin.
Yeah.
All right.
Right over
Throw your
Asgore's head.
Throw your javelin at this guy.
And into this bugbear. I hope. Oh, 10 to hit, no!
A 10 will not hit this guy. You can see that after Talon kind of hits him, he falls back, and the javelin just flies right past his shoulder.
Dang it.
You still have another javelin left, or is that your last one? So now I think you.
I guess that
two.
Yeah, extra attack.
Yeah, so you can throw another javelin if you want.
Yep, I'll throw another one.
All right.
Yeah, I had 7 javelins on me. I kept picking them up after the fights. So
Yeah, that's right.
I'll throw one more. Maybe it'll be better. 19. There we go.
Yeah, so 19 will hit this guy.
10 piercing damage.
All right. Well, that was the last bit of his hit points.
Nice.
So you guys watch this javelin go flying through. It pierces right through his throat and pins him to the wall behind him.
Sick.
Let's just move his body right there.
Point.
We're successfully terrorizing the people of this cave.
Yay!
Looking at these guys, now that you guys are out of initiative, go ahead and make perception checks or investigation checks on them to see if you can figure out kind of why these bugbears are here.
I would like to activate detect magic as well.
Okay. So you take 10
22.
minutes to do that.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there like trying to. You
22.
said investigation or what?
Investigation or perception, whichever one works. Whichever one you prefer.
Would the owlbear get advantage from keen sight and smell?
Wow.
I mean, yeah, the owlbear's smart enough that it could figure stuff out with that too.
All right.
Because now it has an intelligence score of 10. So
The owlbear crit.
Wow.
The
Man,
owlbear's
I'm
about
such a
to tell.
nerd.
He's about to tell us what's going to happen.
so
The owlbear's the
those-
DM now.
those of you that rolled higher than a 20, and the owlbear that critted, of course, and rolled a 21. You guys notice that on these bugbears, you see like an emblem, almost like a guardsman emblem of a black spider, like on their clothing, and like almost like a sigil. They're obviously either hired by somebody or they're like directly influenced by this person.
We've seen this symbol.
But it's so
before.
small that like you needed the it was a pretty difficult challenge. So yeah, and you recognize this symbol. You've seen their cultists with the black spider masks.
Yeah.
So in fact, Hendrix, you remember seeing in memories of people that when you searched through memories, you saw the black spider emblems as well.
Yes.
So none of it's magical, but it is very obviously some kind of calling card or a way to identify themselves against others that might enter this area that aren't part of the Black Spider's minions.
As well as this emblem, do they have any coins in their pockets?
Yeah, there's they've got a bunch of silver pieces and gold pieces in their pockets.
Perfect.
They're obviously paid very well.
Oh, excellent. Well,
I mean,
Now,
getting paid in gold is a pretty
You mean
significant
we're
payment.
paid very well.
Are these? So these are guardsmen's like out uniforms, like
Yeah,
kind of like
they're
the red band. Can we take these and like pass? I wonder if we could take these and like pass off as them. You know, because if they're mercenaries anyway, there's
yeah.
no telling they might hire more mercenaries, and we could be those. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like to get the drop on people.
Yeah, but yeah, you might be able to. It depends on what you run into in this place.
I think one of the uniforms is completely ruined due to
yeah.
a chest explosion.
Yeah, and the other
Yeah.
one's kind of got like a dude crushed under a door still in it. So
Oh,
That's a ghoul. Ghouls only
that
get
ghoul-
single guards.
the ghouls aren't guards.
Yeah.
oh,
So,
okay,
yeah.
all right, never mind.
It's just the bugbears that are guards.
Can we look around for the person who the ghouls were eating? Because
I
we're
mean,
not
you
missing
find-
like a leg.
It was
Yeah,
it was
the
it was
elf.
yeah, it was the body missing 2 arms and a leg.
The dead elf in the
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah.
Oh. Asgore was so busy killing he didn't notice the corpse already there.
Yeah. But if you guys want to look around the room, you notice underneath one of the beds, there's a like wall panel that can be moved. It's pretty obvious because it's kind of broken. But looking in there, you see a like an iron strong box. It's locked. But if you guys want to try to open it, you can. If
I do
any of you
have. I am a dwarf, well versed in the lockpicking arts. I think maybe. I got arcane lock. Let's see what that's all about. Window gate chest. Other. I think like for duration you are the creature. No, that's just to lock a thing. Okay, that's not to pick a lock. That's unfortunate. But
While
I can make.
Hendrix is going through his specific thing, Asgore gets ready to try and tear it open with his bare hands.
I do have thieves' tools. I can.
are,
And
you,
also, I
prof-
can
are
make,
you are you proficient with thief tools?
I do have tool expertise, which
Okay, can you tell me what that does.
your proficiency bonus is now doubled for any ability check you make that uses your proficiency with a tool. I don't know what that
Okay.
means. I think
So
that-
look over to your proficiencies on your character sheet underneath your
Yeah.
skills. Underneath your passive wisdom, you should see like tools.
Yeah.
Do you see thieves tools in there?
Yes, I have thieves' tools. They're the first things.
Yep. Then you are proficient with thieves tools.
And you want me to use intelligence with them, or is it dexterity?
Yeah, I think in this case, because of your abilities, I think you can use your intelligence with them. But so it's either intelligence or dexterity for you. Anybody
Okay.
else, it would be dexterity.
All right. I'm gonna use it.
Do it.
Okay, go for
I'm
it.
clicking it.
So you can click on thieves tools, and then it should add your intelligence modifier.
Yeah,
Oof.
I got 17. Oops, not
Yeah.
good.
You're trying, but it's
Oof.
not. You're not able to unlock it.
Inspiration?
I've
You
already
can
used
use your
it for the day.
inspiration. Oh yeah, that's
I've
right.
already
You did.
used it.
World
How do you
Singer.
think that- How do you think that axe got so good?
Yeah.
World Singer starts playing you a little song.
Huh?
That sounds something like the Mission Impossible theme.
Yes, motivate me! Motivate
So go
me!
ahead and roll if you want to roll a d8 to add your bardic inspiration to that as you're still working on this. He can see you're struggling,
Ah.
so
Aha.
he's gonna do that for you. So
Got a
4, along with your 17 for a total of 21. You're thinking like you're doing this, and you're thinking, man, I just can't get this open. And then after he starts playing that, you hear click, and the strong box opens. The DC was 20, so
Glorious.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Thank
so
you.
you're looking in there, and you see a whole bunch of copper, silver, gold, and a few pieces of platinum in this strong box.
Money.
Nice.
So you got plenty of treasure in there. I'll give you
Cool.
numbers before the next session.
Yeah.
We're starting to get close to time to wrap up. So is there anything else in this room that you guys would particularly like to do?
I test the comfiness factor of all the beds.
They're rotted beds. They're not really they're not really comfortable at all.
Okay, fine.
World Singer says that he has a spell that we can use to rest in if we can find a safe room.
Well, I mean, we can make this room safe. We can cast alarm or bar the doors.
Oh, it's gonna smell bad in here, though.
Asgore
it
thinks
is-
this room is safe, but the owlbear can't get in.
I can make the owlbear
Bjorn
get in.
pokes his head.
I could shrink the owlbear. I could shrink him.
Well, have the owlbear in that hallway make a perception check.
That's
And
wisdom.
you can have its advantage because it has its keen sight.
Okay. 11.
DC was 10. It starts walking off this way.
Oh no! It's moving on its own, everyone! The owlbear's fleeing! Ah!
Are we following?
But you can. It says that but it also can talk to you guys.
Yeah. What's Bjorn saying?
It's looking down this hall and it says it looks like there's a side room right up here.
Oh, really, Bjorn? Let's go.
Only
Let's
Bjorn.
go see what's up in the thing. Oh, like this side room right here?
Yep.
That's the one he was talking about.
Right
look
up
at
here.
you! Look at you, Bjorn. What's in this door? I'm curious. I'm gonna open this door.
Oh no.
Okay.
Or do you want Asgore? Do you want to open it? You go open it. You open
Maybe
it.
check
buddy.
if we hear anything behind the door first.
Do we? No.
You're good. There's nothing behind the door.
Yeah, okay, never
Asgore
mind.
is still
fact-
kicking the door open.
Yeah. In fact, in this area, it seems like nothing has come by this area in a long time. There's dust covering the entirety of this first room and the storeroom behind. There's no footprints except for the footprints of you guys walking through.
One way in, one way out.
I'd say this is a safe room to rest in for the night.
Are these
Or
barrels
for a moment.
like actually here, or is it just part of the map?
Those are barrels in there. In fact, this appears to be like a ruined storeroom.
Can we
Um,
kind of see what's maybe in some of these? Or
Yeah, look at the barrels.
Yeah.
yeah, look at
While they're
Uh,
looking in there, I'm gonna ask Bjorn if he wants to be small so he can come in the room with us.
this door is actually just wider than the other ones that Bjorn can slip in without having to be.
It's probably
Oh,
double
pretty
doors
fast.
because it's a storeroom. You know, they got a
Yeah.
make
Okay.
back
All
room
right.
to-
All right.
You know,
It's a nice. But on the inside of there too, you can see that there's a bar that you can bar the door if you need to.
Oh, I thought you
as
meant
well.
there was still like a bar where we could drink. I was like, nice.
Yeah.
No, you can bar the door and
A
prevent.
bartender suddenly appears from behind.
Yeah.
What? Name your poison. Wow, this is my dream come true.
Let's see.
It's Bart from Phandelver.
What? How's this possible?
How does he get here? Man, he's got a network, don't he?
Well, boys, I can make my way anywhere I need to.
He's some kind of fey creature, isn't he?
He's got a magic hole that just takes him wherever he needs to go to
Whoa.
sell beer.
Dimension door. Mhm.
But really, then you see World Singer start kind of like ritually casting a spell, and then you see something like a distortion for just a brief second as he casts. Hendrix, you would recognize this as an unseen servant spell.
Ah, I see what you're doing. I see what
And
you're
there's
doing.
actually one cask in here that has a little bit of dwarven brandy left. All the rest of them have the contents of long since evaporated.
Oh,
But he then says that he can make this just a little bit more comfortable. As long as he doesn't leave a specific little area, which is why he cast Unseen Servant, he can cast this Leoman's Tiny Hut.
Nice.
And so it creates a 10-foot radius immobile dome of force around you guys, around a 10-foot area. You guys can leave in and out of it.
It's such a small area with this owlbear, though.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is
we
the
saw
size
that.
of the owlbear.
So the spell ends if he leaves the area. 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside the dome. So the owlbear's large, so it can't fit
Yeah.
inside the dome anyway. But it can also rest behind. And it has a nice comfy spot right there that it can lean up against. So creatures other than the caster can move in and out of this dome freely. All other creatures that were not in the dome when it was cast are unable to enter. So like monsters, anything like that tries can't come in there.
Okay.
It's actually inside of there. It's a comfortable space and dry. Regardless of any of the stuff out there. In fact, when you guys are inside the dome, the dust that permeates this room doesn't even affect you guys.
What
Like you
about the
can't smell the
smell?
dust. The smell is gone as well.
Oh.
Okay.
And then he also he kind of laughs for a second when he does it, but you can see it becomes lit like a nice light, and then gets dark, then light, then dark. Like he's like, I can basically turn the lights on and off inside this little dome area. And
Does he clap twice beforehand?
Yeah. He can make it opaque from the outside so nobody can see what's inside, or he can make it transparent. However you guys want to do it as well. But also you look over at him and he was in a little bit of armor. It actually looks like a super light elven chainmail. But now you look over at him and he's in a red silk robe, and he's just like, yes, this is my little place that I can.
He's got his Hugh Hefner robe on.
Basically, he modified the spell to put a little robe around himself as well, comfortable.
I'm so glad Gary's not here.
But he says this will give us a safe place to rest for the night, or for a little bit of time. We can at least recuperate this one time in this place while we're here, and then we can continue on our adventure after a little bit of rest.
Cool.
So is there anything else you guys would like to do before you end for the night? Also, he has his unseen servant bringing people the dwarven brandy as well.
Oh yeah,
So.
I'll be taking drinks.
Nope, nobody has to get up to get it. He just has that coming and doing that for you.
We gotta celebrate that fight. Couple of fights.
I was just gonna regale a world singer with the tale of literally what just happened and he saw.
The fact that we just steamrolled through the mines.
Hey, you guys haven't even made it a quarter of the way through the mines yet. So.
Yeah, no, we haven't even.
We rolled through to this room anyway.
Oh, whoops. That's not supposed to be persuasion. That's supposed to be performance. That's the same roll. So he rolled a 30 on his performance. But he starts just regaling you with tales of other places after Asgore's done regaling you with another story, and it's great. He's telling you of other lands beyond your own. Tells you of lands covered in mist and darkness. He tells you of another place filled with airships and warforged like Bastion. He tells you of another place called Chult, which is a place very far south of where you guys are. And he's just giving you all these stories that he's heard and he's passing on to you guys.
Dude, Hendrix is eating it up. He loves all this stuff. He loves adventure. So he's just sitting there and he's just like, wow, that's
he's
great.
He's got that knowledge hunger too, man.
Yeah.
Helby boy.
Yeah, so you guys have a safe place for the night. I imagine that you're going to arcane lock the door behind you as well, so you have it barred. I believe if you want to put that up so we can see what it does.
What?
You said something about arcane lock earlier.
Yeah. There we go.
All right.
You touch the closed door, window, gate, chest, or any other entry, and it becomes locked for the duration. You and the creatures designated when you cast the spell can open the object normally. You could also set a password that, when spoken within 5 feet of the object, suppresses the spell for 1 minute. Otherwise, it's impassable until it is broken, or the spell is dispelled or suppressed. Casting Knock on the object suppresses Arcane Lock for 10 minutes. While affected by this spell, the object is more difficult to break or force open. The DC to break it or pick any locks on it increases by 10. And it's got a DC of 16.
Yeah, so basically this door that would have had a DC of 20 to break open has a DC of 30 right now to break open.
Nice.
So, and it's barred from the inside as well as the arcane lock. So, like, even if they picked it, they would still have to break down the door. So,
you know, if not all the doors are being kicked in a combat scenario, we could lock enemies out too.
Yeah, that's a waste of time.
In a combat scenario, you just use the door against them.
Yeah. Doors are
you
weapons. It's that simple.
It's when a
I'd
Silver
like to clarify
Surfer
as well,
door onto
Asgore
an enemy.
did kick this door open and I rolled for it, but it was not a huge...
it was a 13, so you kicked the door open.
Yeah, it was a bit uneventful after seeing
Yeah.
a door be weaponized. It's like,
Yes.
who cares?
Very satisfying.
Yep. So there you guys go. You guys have a safe place to rest.
Woo. So far, so
So-
good.
And I feel like this is a good place to end for the night.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because we go any further, we're going to be playing for
Before
hours.
Before it really kicks off.
Yeah.
I
This
disagree. Let's go for 2 more hours. This is not
No. No.
That doesn't sound like
I
you.
got work tomorrow. I'm not up for another 2 hours.
That's,
Well, guys, thank you guys for joining.
yeah.
No, thank you for
I'm glad-
DMing.
Hope you guys had
Awesome
had
job
a
as
blast with
always.
this one.
Yeah.
Oh, is something keeping this room lit over here?
This room is lit.
Yeah.
Bam.
I mean,
I only
is
see
all of our characters in?
Eve.
I don't have even here.
I don't see another room.
Okay.
Lit. I don't know what you're
over
talking
here,
about.
but
I'm talking about the room that you guys were in that you killed all the ghouls in, but I think it was just the game having
that might have been Eve.
giving the. No, it gave the other creatures sight. That's all.
Get out of here,
Which
Eve.
is frustrating. Because you guys didn't have any sight for a little bit there, but it gave creatures that are NPCs sight. I don't know. It was weird. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys had fun. I'm glad we were able to play again. And actually wanted to ask you guys, are you guys up for this next weekend, or do you guys have plans? Because I know next weekend it'll be the 30th on that Saturday.
Oh, like
I
Halloween.
never have plans.
Yeah, I don't.
You think I have a life?
Come on, dude.
Is that what you're saying?
I just want to make sure that none of you guys had anything that you were doing, or if you guys wanted to do this again next weekend. That's all. Trying to be you know.
Do you?
Give
I mean,
you
you're the
guys
one.
that
You've got
together.
kids,
No.
so I mean.
I don't have any plans for next weekend.
Okay.
So.
Eddie, you
Eddie?
haven't said anything.
I don't have any plans.
All right. Awesome.
Oh. Sounds like a date.
Yeah. My only plan is potentially on the Friday right beforehand, where I may get drunk. So
I mean, that's fair.
yeah.
All right, guys. Well, then we'll see you
Cool.
again next weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
next weekend, what, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard?
8 p.m. Eastern.
That's the one I was waiting
1
for.
a.m. proper time.
I'm sure everyone knows, but we all have channels and content and can be followed and subbed to and stuff. And I would like to thank everyone that did sub tonight. I think we hit some hype train stuff and everything. It was crazy. You guys are really awesome, and we appreciate your support in this little D&D venture that we're in. Yeah, that's all for me. Does anyone else have anything they want to add before we end things? Before I close the doors for good?
No, I gotta go mod stuff in New World. Let's go.
All right, we gotta go. That's all I needed to know.
I'm a dick. I need that.
Want to
All right.
thank everybody in chat again as well for joining us. I hope everybody had fun as well, and that was watching. And join us
Totally.
again next weekend.
Totally.
And for those of you on YouTube, you can join us on Twitch as well.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, he said the thing.
Wow, look
He
at that.
said it!
He sounds
Look
like
at
one
him
of
go.
us.
I'm trying.
Alrighty.
All right,
We
guys.
all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody.
I'm gonna try and start waving weird like this.